We've got everybody, so if you can come up and
act to try to get all these on there.
Mac, we have a lot of people waiting to get in, or at least
Oh, just like there's still more people coming. It's like a.
No, holy
Honey,
crap.
please.
Okay, they're coming on. What? They're coming on. How do I work on volume?
Yeah, I'm.
That meeting, I guess.
We're ready. Just so you guys are aware, before we have the commission meeting and begin the commission meeting, we have the annual, or the not annual, the swearing in ceremony for the elected officials. And so that's kind of where we're at. Before we begin, we have everybody here other than Sam, who wants to do a virtual.
Does he actually come to the office?
He's downstairs. We may have to.
He's downstairs now?
Mhm.
Well, I can just walk it down there and have
Yeah,
it signed.
yeah.
So.
But everybody
He's in the
else-
building. I'll,
Yeah, he's in the building.
we cater to our employees.
Awesome. Oh, let me check. And so I've got everything muted, ready to go. Let me flip this around. Hopefully everybody can see you guys on camera. Judge, I'll turn it over to you. I don't know if you want to swear them in all as a group.
I will. and
Okay,
I'll-
perfect.
Chase. So if Bruce B. Adams, who will be the county commissioner, please arise. Glennis Pearson as the county treasurer. Rick Meyer as the county assessor, and Cindy Holyoke as county recorder. If you will acknowledge by any way, if you raise your right arm, I will. You, four people having been elected or appointed to the office of which you have been elected or appointed, do solemnly swear or affirm that you will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah, and that you will discharge the duties of your office with fidelity. Acknowledge.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will sign these and I will leave them here to be recorded with the clerk of the county.
That's it.
And you're sworn in, you already signed it?
Where's the cheesecake?
I know, that's exactly, yes. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's, budget's tight.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Looking forward to this next year. This will be fun.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. I've got a few more people.
Hey,
coming.
Matt.
Got Commissioner Maryboy here. I can hear you.
Yeah, at
And
least give him a sucker or something.
I've got some M&Ms in my office. Let's see. I've got Commissioner Gray Eyes. Let's see. Just to unmute.
So we're gonna snag Lion and have him get a picture with us out here. Do you want a picture, Bruce?
Sure.
You can take a picture.
I'm not anti-picture.
Absolutely. It'd be just 1 second.
It's a nice record to have.
I'll get
It
a,
is.
yeah. do you want me to-
Matt can take it for us.
Okay.
I will take this one down. I swear him in. Judge, appreciate that. John's trying to contact you. Finally thought of doing it. Here, do you want to come over here and do it in a bigger?
Yeah, here's the thing. Okay, hit the mute there.
It's going. I should be able to hear it. See it?
No, that's muting you.
If you hit it, you'll mute it. It's not muted now.
Oh, you gotta hang around, Rick. Pretty fun.
You go by Ken or Sam? Sam? Yeah, I go by Sam, but he may officially, by birth, go by that.
Is this where commission meeting is
Yep.
today?
It is, where it's been for the last month or so.
What's up with that?
I know.
That other room's being.
Okay, commissioners, can you guys hear me? Sorry about the delay there. So everybody should be back on. Commissioner Gray Eyes, are you there? I have you on mute. It's like you're still on unmute. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Probably with the rest of the group in the waiting room.
Oh, he's there. I only have 2 people in the waiting room. Jeff and
My phone tells me there's about 20 people in the waiting room.
oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 28 people in the meeting. Let's see. Commissioner Gray Eyes is on.
Hey, Carolyn, I got in. I had to quit everything to get, I had to quit to get my audio and video. So I'm in, thanks.
So some people might have to quit to get back in, sounds like. I've got. So Commissioner Gray Eyes, can you see, there should be a pop-up that has asked to allow me to unmute you. Can you see that? You might have to log on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, right there. There you are. I can hear you.
Hey, Matt.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead and start the meeting. We're already delayed, so
All right.
call the meeting to order at this time. Messing around with the electronic is not too healthy sometimes.
Yeah, totally.
Makes your psychological, creates psychological impairment. So roll call, we have myself, Mr. Maryboy is being heard. I don't see him. Or Mr. Adam is also present. So we have quorum at this time. I'd like to go ahead and call for invocation. If a volunteer, Carol, can you provide that if you're still on? Carol Daly?
I've got her on here. Let me unmute her real fast. Okay, Carolyn, you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
I'm not sure why he called on me, Commissioner Gray Eyes. Wasn't thinking about an invocation. Can you possibly ask someone else?
No, you're it today.
Okay.
You can also do your moment of silence if you prefer. That's fine.
I'll say something too. Let me compose my thoughts here a second.
I'm at the meeting.
Dear God, please bless our San Juan County and our San Juan commissioners at this meeting and all the people who live in our county and the county staff. Please bless this meeting, that it goes smoothly and the right decisions are made that are in the best interest of the people. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right.
Amen.
Thanks,
You
Carol.
wrote the trail, cheerlead.
Matt?
Nicely. Thank you
Matt.
very much, Carol. Mr. Mack, go ahead and implement the public comment requirements and so forth.
All right. So for those wishing to make a public comment, just kind of the rules for that engagement. You'll be timed for 3 minutes, 3-minute limit for each of the public comments. On there, just know if you go past that, you may be muted. If you continue to go past that, you may be kicked out of the room. We'll try to go through and take everyone that's wishing to make a public comment. If you can, there's a feature in Zoom where you can raise your hand to acknowledge that you do want to speak through that raise your hand option. If you look in the more on the menu bar, it gives you that feature. Or if I see you frantically waving, if we can see you on the actual video live feed, a lot of people will wave there. I've got Mary, from our council member from Grand County, she's waving, and so we'll catch you at that, or unmute yourself and go by that as well. And so kind of first order, I've got wishing to speak to the commission. Let's do Council Member McMahon from Grand County.
Thank you very much, Max, and thank you, San Juan County Commissioners. I wish to speak on item 16, which is the leasing of land in northern San Juan to Rally on the Rocks. Would you like me to speak now or during when that item is up on the agenda, which would be best?
Right now, we won't allow public comments during the agenda.
Okay. Okay, I worked with Rally on the Rocks organization in 2019 to come up with criteria that must be met for them to receive an event permit. I met with them at the event committee meeting, as well as the regularly scheduled county commission meeting. They played an active role in creating the criteria for the 2020 event and agreed to all the criteria. They were granted a probationary permit. The event was canceled because of COVID, not because of the criteria. When it came time to request a permit for 2021, they started complaining about the criteria they had helped develop and wanted the county to remove the criteria. The county's position remained the same, and most likely if the county would have granted the permit if the Rally on the Rocks organizers had agreed to what they had agreed to the year before. The majority of events in Grand County received little to no complaints. However, the Rally on the Rock event receives a number of complaints. It is not the people that complain about it. It is the amount, it's not the people attending the event they complain about. They complain about the noise that the machines themselves create. Many users of UTVs cover their ears while driving because of the excessive noise made by these machines. For instance, this fall, we received 176 emails complaining about the noise created by UTVs, ATVs, asking us to deny a permit to Rally on the Rocks. We did receive people saying they wanted the permit. There was 128 people that did that. However, 58 of those were just a form letter that everybody signed. There was no thought put into the letters by most of the people. Only 70 people sent letters that had some thought in them. 3 letters were neutral. When we denied Rally on the Rock, we received 49 thank yous. But most impressive of all, there was a petition put out that said, "Make Moab quiet again." It's received 3,341 signatures, most of which are residents of Grand County and Northern San Juan. With that in mind, I request you to please deny the lease to Rally on the Rocks. They have not worked with us, and we would like you to deny the lease. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me get back to my timer. That was just in time. Okay, next up, we've got a hand raised here. I got Brent Blake is wishing to speak on here.
I'm here.
There you go, Brent. Just for the record, just kind of state where you live within the county or outside of the county.
Okay, I live in rural Millard County, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of addressing this item 16. I'm personally disappointed in the animosity between Grand County and Moab City and the UTV community. There's a lot of talk from people talking about boycotting the county and city, which I am opposed to. I think there's better ways to do this. I have personally
How do I send my chat?
I've personally been a guide for the Rally on the Rocks for many years, and
send that.
See that's
How do I send that?
To educate
I can't get this to come down.
Are doing what the Grand Commissioner has talked
I'm gonna
about.
send.
Please.
Hold on just a second, Brent.
Different.
I'll give you more time, but
We need to do what we can.
I don't see one.
Respect the
Hello,
people. They can do.
Hello. Listen, somebody needs to mute themselves. I can't hear what the gentleman's saying.
Mr. Love, you need to mute yourself.
okay, we already kicked him out. Hopefully he'll be able to come back in.
Do I need to repeat myself or
Yeah,
what?
that's-
Get
No,
some
just
time?
continue.
He was on video and there was no mute.
Okay. I looked up your website, and I appreciate where it says in the San Juan County travel plan that it's a part of your master plan, and that it is critical to San Juan County's economy and livelihood of the county residents to have travel. And I firmly believe that you are the largest, obviously, geographical county in the state of Utah. And I think the least appreciated and least visited, perhaps. I spend a couple of weeks every year in your county traveling the trails, particularly the Hole in the Rock Trail, the Bears Ears, San Juan Hill, all the stuff that I really appreciate in Bluff and Blanding, Monticello areas, and the Four Corners areas. It's just one of the most beautiful portions of the state. I think that if this is passed, this item 16, that it will only enhance the travel opportunities that people have. And I would encourage you to approve the permit for the Rally on the Rocks and include in the packet with the rally organizers to give out to participants a map of your county with the trails and so forth. And they will take that back in return again and again to explore these trails, the parts of the county that perhaps have not received the visitors, which I believe they should have had. So that might be a suggestion to you, but I would again ask that you approve the permit for the Rally on the Rocks. Thank you.
Okay, the next one with their hand up, we had Beverly O'Neill. Can you hear me, Beverly?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Take it away. Just state where you live and then.
Okay, I live in northern San Juan County, Spanish Valley. Again, my name is Beverly O'Neill. Our home is directly east of the old airport. And I think it's a very bad idea to hold the huge event right in the middle of private homes and neighborhoods. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's been a lot of new homes built out here. Growth is definitely coming this way. There's a lot more people out here this year as opposed to a couple of years ago even. And so it's the impact of the noise, which is the biggest problem with these folks and their machines. It would be impacted by the Moab Rim and the LaSalle Mountains and the rocks all around us. Sounds just amplify here. You have to live out here to understand that, but it really does. Very, very loud. I think San Juan County wants to permit this and reap the benefits of the revenues that would come from that, as Mr. Blake discussed. We should put it down in Monticello's fairgrounds or Blanding's fairgrounds, and then Monticello or Blanding, whichever, those business owners would probably welcome that revenue. Whereas being held on the old airport, those folks are going to go to Moab to spend all their money. So Moab gets to benefit all of that. The other thing, I just want to give you a personal experience that we had. The last time they were camping out there on the old airport, we had some side-by-sides going by on the north end of Kings Lake. They just took off the road, crashed through my neighbor's fence, and started wildly riding around on our private properties, myself and two other neighbors. So it wasn't very much fun, and I urge you all to think about what it would be like if you had this event held next door to you. The noise and seems like when folks get behind the wheel of a side-by-side, they think they're at an amusement park and everything's there for them, and it's not. So anyway, I urge you to vote no on item 16. Thank you very much.
The next one has their hand raised, Jeff Matson here. Jeff, are you there? You're still muted. Hold on, let me see if I can get.
I think I unmuted myself.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Jeff. Take it away. Just mention where you live at.
Jeff Matson. I live in northern San Juan County, and I'm speaking on item number 16. Beverly basically took everything I was going to say about the economic benefits. I mean, I see, it's leased out for $2,000, and you're going to have probably hundreds of people camping out there. To call this an economic benefit for San Juan County seems kind of far-fetched. If you're only going to get $2,000, 1.5% of the sales tax, and basically none of the hotel, restaurant revenues that are all going to be going into Moab. So I agree with Beverly. If San Juan County really wants to get an economic benefit from this event, it should be held someplace where people will be paying for camping or lodging, restaurants in San Juan County. One of the things I heard when we had all the discussions about the Spanish Valley development, and this was back in the landmark days when we had meetings, is everybody at those meetings said they did not want Spanish Valley to become Moab. So here we are talking about accepting something that even Moab doesn't want anymore. So, and this was both sides said they don't want to become Moab. So by taking this event, basically sticking it into a residential neighborhood in Spanish Valley is doing just that. So I urge the commission to vote no on this lease.
Make sure I get to comment on this.
I have no idea.
Thank you for that. Let's see here. I don't have any other hands raised in here.
Hey.
Kevin Walker, I've got, oh no, sorry, I'm looking for actual people that have raised their hands on the system. So Kevin Walker, I've got your hand raised on here, so go ahead.
Okay, my name is Kevin Walker. I'm a Grand County Commissioner like Mary McGann. I am also urging you to vote no on this proposal in agenda 15. Kenneth. I want to make three points. The first is just about collaboration and neighborliness. This is an event. Actually, can you all, I just got a notice that I was muted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep, you're fine.
Sorry about that. This is very unpopular in Grand County. Grand County does not want this event. We've had it for several years and we decided it is not worth it. If what the event organizers are trying to do is just move just barely across the county line and continue to ride all the same trails in Grand County, drive through the same neighborhoods in Grand County, and probably, you know, some additional traffic affecting the people who live in South Spanish Valley. You know, this is not this event. We're down in Monticello and we're entirely in San Juan County. I would have nothing to say about it. And I think under those circumstances, you would actually get a lot more economic benefit out of the event. Which brings me to my second point. At the previous meeting, the claim was made that this might generate $60,000 in tax revenue for San Juan County. I think the logic was, you know, $1 million times a 6% sales tax. That is very far from true. The 6.3% sales tax, only 1.5% goes to San Juan County. The rest is state tax. And then of the, you know, the larger the amount of revenue that this event generates, most of that is hotel stays. And these people are still going to be staying in Moab hotels. All you're going to capture is the revenue from the trade show. My guess is that a very, very optimistic estimate will be, you know, maybe just under $10,000. And that's based on looking at historical tax revenues in Grand County around the months that Rally on the Rocks has been done. So again, back to the first point, I'm a newly elected commissioner in Grand County, and I want us to have a fruitful, you know, cooperative relationship with San Juan County, especially when it comes to Spanish Valley. And I just think, you know, doing something like this for a very small slice of revenue would, you know, it's not the neighborly thing to do. And I urge you not to approve this. And I really hope the vote is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. We've got next up with their hand raised on the system, I've got Lloyd Wilson. Lloyd, are you there?
Actually, this is Andrea Wilson. Can you hear me?
Awesome, I can hear you, yes.
I am Andrea Wilson. I live in northern San Juan County, Spanish Valley, and I wanted to speak on item number 16, Rally on the Rocks. I listened to the last meeting. Most of the discussion regarding San Juan County continued to stress on the bad financial situation of the county. The commission voted to table the permitting until they consulted with our neighboring county. I know that there are people that are stressed about the noise of the ATVs. I myself lived in the city of Moab for a very short amount of time, and it seems like noise is a problem year round there, regardless of Jeep Safari, car show, Rally on the Rocks, whatever. Kevin Walker guessed that there was going to be $10,000 in revenue, but that's a guess. I would ask the commission to explore further what kind of tax revenue this event could bring us. I would also ask the commission to consult, instead of consulting with county and city leaders, to consult with hotel and restaurant owners, waitresses, cooks, cleaning and maintenance staff of those hotels, shops, and restaurants, tour companies, rental companies, the people within the Moab zip code, which includes Spanish Valley, San Juan County, whose work depends on the tourist industry, and how they feel about shutting down this event. These people rely on tourists to put food on their table, roofs over their heads. And, you know, I think it would be counterproductive to ask the opinions of people who had no chance of losing their incomes during COVID. All these people who rely on the tourist industry, they lost their income for the months that our tourists were shut down for COVID. The government leaders, they didn't lose their income for that. And so I think it would be beneficial to speak to the people whose livelihood rely on this event. not just for the benefit of the county, but for the individuals who live here. And, you know, you repeatedly mentioned in your last meeting that San Juan County is in dire straits as far as their financial situation. And I think the Rally on the Rocks would be a good way to produce some income, as we have none right now. And I do, as a matter of fact, live close to the proposed location of the event. We have ATVs out here all the time. Yeah, they're, you know, they come down our streets sometimes rapidly. And it's annoying. My son will stand out in the middle of the road and tell him to slow down. But I think this is a good thing for San Juan County. I really do. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's see. Next one, I've got, oh, hold on, it shifted. Ed Kent's iPad, I thought that had one. Let's see, Kent, I know that you had raised your hand earlier. Did you still want to speak to this?
Kent Green? Me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes, I would love to
Okay.
say something.
Perfect.
It's item 16, you know, of course, Rally on the Rocks is the discussion, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of this meeting. And Yaftahey to Mary Boy and Gray Eyes, and hello to Bruce. Rally on the Rocks is, in my opinion, has been unfairly targeted. Everybody's talking about the noise. There is a noise problem. We've worked very hard with the city and county of Grand County. However, Rally on the Rocks, I know from personal experience, has worked very hard to accommodate Grand County and Moab City, and have met nothing but resistance. In my opinion, is there noise? Yes, but noise is becoming an excuse now. Now we're seeing strong arm tactics with Grand County. And I am just embarrassed about that, because Mary and those guys don't represent the entire county. They only represent those who are basically griping right now. So the Rally on the Rocks is a well-organized event. They teach people how to respect the trail. They preach how to respect neighborhoods. And therefore, Rally on the Rocks is being unfairly targeted, because a lot of the individuals who come here to recreate in a side-by-side or ATV or full-size 4x4s is not even associated with the rally. And so there's a lot of misinformation out there. I strongly advise you, please allow this event to happen, because it does bring in revenue. Does it bring revenue all the way into San County? Who knows? But it does benefit Moab, obviously, because of the motels. And as far as camping, there's a lot of dry camping out there. They're camping in designated areas. And quite frankly, Rally on the Rocks is permitted through the Bureau of Land Management, and they have passed with flying colors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a permit. And so I don't understand how Grand County think they can stop this event, because they have no control on those trails. It's actually Bureau of Land Management, and they've passed with flying colors again. So I urge you, please, to let this go through, and it will benefit both communities, both counties. And who knows in the future what it's going to bring. But these people work very hard to accommodate the citizens of Moab, and they've been over backwards. And I would ask the County Commission of San Juan County to call the local sheriff of Grand County and the chief of police of Moab City and ask them, what problems are there? They're going to find out that there's very little problems. There's no issues of citations. And even Moab City has done a study on it and found that 80%, I believe it was. Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank
you very much.
Okay, hold on, let me get that ended. All right, so I'm not seeing any other hands.
I'd like to speak if I could.
Let's see.
I'd like to speak.
Okay,
I would like to speak also, Bill Love. I'm waving my
I would
hand.
like to too. I don't know how to do your
Me
thing on
neither,
the
but I would like to speak if I could.
Promise, I'll be there. Hold on. So Paul, you're next. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yes.
Okay, go
Are you
ahead.
ready for me?
Yeah, that's all I can see was
Um,
your first name. Sorry.
Okay. My name is Paul Valletta, and I'm actually from Archer, Florida. I've been attending Rally on the Rocks since 2018. I first attended it kind of by accident. I was in Moab, saw all these razors and stuff going around, and that was pretty neat. So I actually rented one, and that started my journey to off-road. So now I have my own razor. I go to Utah, I go to Moab, and I actually go to San Juan County to rent the cabin I stay when I go to Rally on the Rocks. So when I come from Florida, I spend seriously money buying groceries, fuel, lodging, and I've been doing this in Bear County. And so the revenue is part of it, and it also supporting your county from all over America and even Canada. People come from all over to go to Rally on the Rocks. I'm an older man. I'm a senior citizen. I can't hike the trails like I used to, and to be able to, get in my razor and drive your beautiful county is amazing to us from people not from you. So I would want you to urge you to support this rally. It's more than just revenue. It's people from all over America getting together. I think right now we need this more than ever. Last year's cancellation was pretty big. It was the 10th anniversary. I think there was a lot of people ready to come. And again, I know people were going to attend from all over the country. So I urge you to support this. Again, it's more than just Utah. It's from people from everywhere. So again, I think we respect everybody there. Yeah, there's a few that always in any kind of thing, but most of us want to be good citizens. We want to do what we need to do the right way, whatever it may be. So again, please support this. It's more than just Utah. It's all America. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Okay, you're not seeing my hand for some reason.
I've got Linda. Go ahead, Linda. I can see you there waving at me.
Okay, thank you. My name is Linda Smers, and I live in northern San Juan County. And I am an ATV owner and a Jeep owner, and I love both of those methods of transportation, but I do it on the trails, and I trailer my ATVs to the trails so that I don't drive through neighborhoods disturbing them. I know San Juan County needs money, but the events have to be picked really carefully. I live near area BFE where we had that Ultra 4 event, and the damage to the infrastructure up here was significant. We had an emergency repair to the bridge while the event was going on. I talked with one of the workmen who was there, and he told me he was surprised that the bridge had not collapsed. Now, I walk Pole Canyon Road 4 times a week, 4 miles each time. I pick up a lot of trash, and the damage to the road was so significant that just recently, in the last month, they spent 3 weeks, the San Juan County Road Department, repairing the road with trucks bringing up new dirt, Troy using his Caterpillar to smooth everything down. So when we're talking about getting $10,000 in permits or tax dollars, I think you really need to think about how much your infrastructure is going to be destroyed by the semis and the number of individuals racing around on the roads. So you've got the infrastructure to look at, and my last point is the damage to residents' lives. The noise in the canyon from the Ultra 4 event was unbelievable, and we know how the canyon concentrates the noise. The dust covered my windows and deck, and my neighbor, Kylie Miller, actually had lights shining into her bedroom at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I encourage San Juan County to not be penny wise and pound foolish. You need to look at what your infrastructure is going to look like after you have these hundreds of people and the semis that come with them and the damage that's done by the trucks. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Linda. Okay, I've got Monet somewhere. Monet, are you still here? She was wishing to speak. Let me see if I can find Monet. So Monet, I have you on here. You should have a prompt to ask you to unmute.
Okay, I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. I'm Monette Clark. I live in Spanish Valley, and I live in San Juan County, right on the intersection of Spanish Valley Drive and Coronado. So basically, I live right in the major intersection. It's becoming even more major as development happens. 2 points I have is that I've seen Rally on the Rocks over at the where they used to be over at the arena, and they have big events, and I know they're very popular, and I know that there's questions about how much sales tax this event might bring into San Juan County, and I'm all for that. I'm all for helping the county financially with anything we can. But I do agree with Linda that we have to be careful about what events are scheduled. And I know that there is a tourism management plan in San Juan County. And one thing I saw that the county's done is that they have narrowed down the tourist market into what they think would fit best with San Juan County, which I was delighted to see would be the kind of people that stay more than one night, people that have a multi-day stay, and that and so I really think that's a good idea rather than concentrating on the nightly rental, just one night or 2 nights. I did at one time I did own a bed and breakfast in Moab with my brothers, and it wasn't that long ago, and I've been the hostess of a bed and breakfast. So I've had a chance to actually, get to know people who come to Moab and stay, and I've really enjoyed that. We did have some people who came to participate in the Jeep Safari and the different things, and I enjoyed meeting them. And I mean, I think that we naturally here, we want to share our natural beauty with everybody, and we're proud of where we live, and we love our place, and it's just natural to want to share it. That's all good, but I've personally been a victim of the noise coming by my house all the time with ATVs. They ride in packs, and they gear all up right as they go by my house. That's the gear up zone for every single vehicle going to or from, pulling out, or just they see the wide open road and they gear up right at my house. So it is terribly noisy here, and I guess I'd like to see Rally on the Rocks welcomed, but not in Spanish Valley. I think that it would be better to share the wealth down there with Monticello and Blanding. I really do believe that more benefit would be gained by having the event where people can book rooms in the motels and hotels Spanish Valley. I mean, we don't have any, so down in Monticello and Blanding, we do have overnight lodging here, which is currently not very well controlled, and it's mostly private B&Bs. So anyway, please do not approve Rally on the Rocks. Please encourage them to work with Monticello and Blanding and come up with a great itinerary in San Juan County. There's great trails down there.
That was time. Okay, thank you. Let's see. So the next one, I've got Marlene.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, commissioners, and Happy New Year. I am so sorry I could not get on. I'm getting the sound through my phone. I don't know what button I pushed. So if I repeat myself, what someone else said, I apologize. So I called Mac a few weeks back, and we talked about this, and I said, can I pick your brain? And I asked him all these questions, who, what, and how. And, he kind of convinced me. But the more I thought about it, I thought, no sale. I'm not convinced. And my reasons is that if you let them get in this year, they're going to bug the heck out of you every year. Get it out of here, get it in Monticello, and get it where they find out that you have nice trails. They'll end up loving it, and they'll leave Moab alone. And then Moab will not hate us like we have enough bad blood. So that's one of the issues. The other issue, has anyone talked about the policing? Will your police come from San Juan and watch this? Probably not. When there's an issue, they'll call the Moab. That's another thorn in the side for Grand County. So these are just things that I've thought about. And again, if I've repeated it, I'm sorry. And then I'll talk about poor, pitiful Sunny Acres that always gets picked on. And we got this nice new road that looks great, and now it's going to get trashed. Even though you said, Mac, that they're restricted to use the Kens Lake Road, but you know they won't all do that. So please deny this. This is a no sale for me, and get it in Monticello. Get some money for you guys there, for us guys. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Marlene. So the next one on here is I've got Carolyn Bailey. Carolyn, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay. You hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, commissioners, and Happy New Year. First, let me thank you for the great job you did last year for the county, and especially in helping us protect the quality of life in Spanish Valley. And I want to apologize. I only seem to attend a meeting when I'm upset about something, but here I am again because I'm upset and want to ask you to deny the Rally on the Rocks lease. As you've heard, this is a very high impact event causing noise, congestions, and disturbances. And it should give you a clue that it's so bad that it caused Grand County to deny the permit for 2021. And I personally think the promoters are very brazen to think that they can just go across the county line and get a permit from San Juan County. And I feel it is an affront to our neighbor Grand County to allow this to happen. There are numerous reasons our county should not want this held at the old airstrip. This is in residential zones where it will disturb local citizens. It's also a commercial activity which is prohibited in residential zones. And even though it would be a temporary use, the intent of the new ordinances are to protect the quality of life in Spanish Valley. So this would be against the intent of the new ordinances. And I think too, it hasn't been emphasized, this event provides thrills to those who attend, those few, couple hundred people, but it disturbs the lives of all of us that live here, and not only in Spanish Valley, but in the whole Moab Valley. So I suggest that the county first draft a special event ordinance to regulate and control these types of events and include public input in the process. And if our county wants to allow these noisy UTV events, I suggest they be headquartered in Monticello or Blanding, or even Bluff, as people have said, where local economies will reap the benefit. Moab doesn't need it. We don't need it here in this area. And as others have said, in short, Spanish Valley residents will suffer the damages from this event, but Grand County will receive the benefits financially. And I want to add specifically, having this event in our county will not only mean increased noisy UTV traffic in Spanish Valley neighborhoods, it will also add significant damage and wear to our four-wheel drive roads and trails and other infrastructure, as Linda mentioned. UTVs are already a big nuisance and danger driving fast on our Pack Creek Road, and this road becomes the LaSalle Pass Road, which already has been so damaged by UTVs, it is now nearly impassable for normal four-wheel drive vehicles. So once again, I ask you as our county commissioners to please protect our Spanish Valley forests and deny the Rally on the Rocks issue. There's plenty of rocks lease. There's plenty of other places in Utah they can go, and plenty of other places in San Juan County.
That's time right there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Appreciate that. Okay, after that, let's see. I have Bill Love. Bill, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead. It's all you.
Okay. I'd like to talk about watershed in the Monticello National Forest and the forest plan and item 9. Something different. The report Well, first, the watershed on the Manor Sal National Forest supports millions of dollars of infrastructure. This includes Moab, Manti, and all the areas around it. Item 9 is incomplete, as it does not even discuss even mention watershed. Item 9 is a danger to the watershed unless it is included as part of the discussion. There were other reports and other presentations that are far more important that both benefit grazing and benefit watershed. The Grand Canyon Trust, which you will have already received information from, has a report that looks at both issues. And this is very important that both issues are taken together. The watershed must have stubble to control the water runoff. 2 or 3 inches is not a problem. This is a big issue. Table item 9 is what I ask at the moment. And do you have time to look at these other reports that are more comprehensive, more beneficial, and really look at the issues that are prevalent and important to the San Juan County on the west side of the LaSalle's? Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, let's see. I've got Mary O'Brien waving her hand.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I am Mary O'Brien. I live in Grand County, and I'd like to speak to agenda item number 9, as Bill Love did, in which the San Juan Conservation District urges your commission to send the recommendations that were written by the San Rafael Soil Conservation District of Emery County to the Forest Service. I urge you to table this letter and recommendations until you have heard from your constituents in the next few months. This is premature. While the Manti LaSalle could accept your letter at this point, they actually have not yet opened the formal scoping comment period, and they will do that in the next few months. And at that point, you will have 2 months to be hearing from your tribal constituents, your other residents in Grand County. The second point is that there is what Bill was referring to, what's called the conservation alternative. And it is a proposal for all 60 sections of the Manti LaSalle Forest Plan revision. They're revising their plan for the first time in 35 years. So it's a really important long-term issue that deserves your thought and your consideration. The conservation alternative has been written by 7 conservation organizations, and we have been in communication with the Forest Service about it being a full alternative in the draft EIS, which will come later in 2021. And that alternative emphasizes tribal influence.
You don't have your picture.
It emphasizes tribal influence in how the forest is managed. It emphasizes management to conserve water and native plants and wildlife. And it emphasizes changes that are needed in light of the climate crisis on the Manti LaSalle National Forest. As well, you know, early in the administration, it is like the new administration, it is likely that Bears Ears, of which Monticello Ranger District has a large portion of that, will be restored. So this is really not to say don't recommend what's in the letter. It's just saying I think it's good to table it at this point. Wait until there's the formal scoping period of comments when you will hear from lots of your county residents. And I urge you to look at the Manti LaSalle draft plan, all 60 sections, the conservation alternative, all 60 sections, the 4 sections in this in this item number 9 letter, and then put in your comments several months from now.
That's about time's up right there.
Done.
Thank you.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, I have Irene Hamilton. I see you waving there.
No. Erase.
Irene, you're muted, I think.
I unmuted myself. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, to all of you. I am a resident of Bluff, Utah, and also have a homestead on the Navajo Nation. So I speak from that background. Yes, so I studied some of the details of the conservation plan in discussion here concerning the national forest lands, and it's kind of sparse. It needs more input, like Mary said, from indigenous populations and other people that are stakeholders in using the national forest lands for various purposes. So I'm an ethnobotanist, so I'm very concerned about a lot of things, trees, the watershed. So I speak from that standpoint. So I agree with Mary and the others are asking that the proposal be tabled until there's been more input. Alrighty, that's all I'm going to share right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Not seeing anybody else waving on the faces. I've got, oh, Benjamin Burr. Benjamin, I can see you right there. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, state where you live and go from there.
Yeah, so I'm Benjamin Burr. I'm from New Harmony. I'm the policy director for Blue Ribbon Coalition. We are an organization that represents 700,000 motorized recreation users. And many of our members are participants in Rally on the Rocks. Many of them also recreate with off-road recreation in the Moab area. We've been contacted by the organizers of Rally on the Rocks to look into this. I want to start by addressing the comments made by Councilwoman McGann. I've reviewed the stipulations that Grand County gave to Rally on the Rocks, and they're unenforceable. I believe they were set up to fail, or set up for Rally on the Rocks to fail. They can't, like Rally on the Rocks can't enforce curfews. They don't have police power. They don't have law enforcement power. They can advise and educate their members, but they can't be held responsible for enforcing something like a curfew. One of the stipulations was a mandated donation to charitable organizations. I know Rally on the Rocks has made multiple charitable donations in the past, but to mandate that from the government is horrible policy. And so those stipulations, although Councilwoman McGann suggests that those were reasonable and made in good faith, I don't think they were. She brought up that there were multiple complaints from the residents. I mean, these have not been verified. None of these have been investigated by law enforcement for their veracity. I want to read you one of them. It says, no matter the number of rules imposed on them, the type of patron it draws seems by nature to enjoy rule breaking and rowdy behavior. That's in a letter from Councilwoman McGann, endorsing one of the comments of these citizens, painting all off-road users with a broad brush that were all rule breakers and participate in rowdy behavior. That is not a basis for good public policy to discriminate against a certain group of users and to legitimize with your government position distasteful and ugly positions that categorize broad groups of people unfairly. And I want to just finalize by saying our lawyers are reviewing the rejection of this permit in Grant County. there are a lot of problems with it. And so if San Juan County does reject this permit, please be advised that this is being closely scrutinized by lawyers. That's all.
Thank you for that. Let's see here.
Can't get on, you can come sit
I
at my
know.
computer.
Things going on at once here.
I should be able to do it without the
You can
camera.
come sit at my computer.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Let me, and there's some people keep dropping out, coming back in. Okay, I've got Bud Bruning on there with his hand up. Bud, can you hear me? Okay, just for the sake of time.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it. Sorry, it looked like I was muted for a minute. I just wanted to kind of give some insight as far as the UTV community. My name is Bud Bruning. I'm president of UTV Utah. We are Utah's largest off-road community and advocacy group. We have 25,000 members in the state of Utah that all own UTVs. A lot of these members come from Grand County, San Juan County, as well as other counties in the state of Utah. When we register our machines, we all pay taxes, registration fees. This includes off-road fees as well as street legal fees when we register our machines. And so we'd like to kind of address the fact that the UTV community has worked diligently, or at least tried to work diligently with the city of Moab and Grand County as a whole. Our efforts have fallen on deaf ears. We've reached out, we've offered to pay for signage. We've tried to work with the community and the landscape to try to mitigate any potential issues that they're faced with. And so, like I mentioned, it has fallen on deaf ears. There's some key points that I would like to bring up in the letter that Grand County sent to Rally on the Rocks, as well as San Juan County. And one is the noise pollution. The city of Moab has not issued a single noise ordinance violation in the past 5 years. In the letter, Grand County Commission states that they do not have adequate resources to police and enforce the rules during Rally on the Rocks, which is 1 week a year. But what about those other 51 weeks during the year? Why is there no noise ordinance enforcement? Why is that not being done? And if they're unwilling to enforce their own ordinance laws, it really begs the question: is this about noise, or is this about discriminating against a very large user group? And we talk about how large. There's over 250,000 registered OHVs in the state of Utah. So OHVs are an intricate part of the Utah lifestyle and economy. It's not just about a certain area. 250,000 users in the state of Utah is a very large user group. Like I just said, it's a very intricate part of Utah lifestyle. It's a very intricate part of the economy. And I would like to offer UTV Utah our help with San Juan County. We would love to see an event like this be successful. We would love to see it be touted as a success. We would love to help mitigate any issues that are faced with the community as far as noise mitigation, people not following laws. Now, obviously, we understand there are bad apples. We do our best to communicate, to educate, and we see this as an opportunity with Rally on the Rocks to educate the OHV community as well as the local community on working together, what can be done.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate that. Sorry. Let's see, on here, I've got in the comments.
Pretty cool.
We had Carolyn already.
They fit over any of your shoes, so you can just put them on, you come in. Yeah, they fit on those two. You probably have to get them in. They're pretty cool. Yeah. So this goes out really honest.
Okay, so Liz, looks like I've got Liz on here. Let me go ahead and Please state where you live at. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mac. My name is Liz Thomas, and I live in Spanish Valley on the Grand County side of the line. And I just want to remind the San Juan County Commissioners that these event permits and this lease, they're not a right or a privilege. It's discretionary with the county. You can grant it or not. There's no legal issue with granting it or not granting it. I also think it's important to point out, I think Jeff Mattson did this earlier, but Grand County has denied this permit for some reasons. It's just not worth the hassle and the disturbance and the complaints up here. And so I encourage San Juan County, before they just jump into this event, in Spanish Valley at least, maybe you don't want the worst of the worst. You know, maybe you want to think about this before you permit this event in Spanish Valley, because all the revenue is going to be spent in Grand County, and San Juan County is not going to benefit from this. However, if you want to hold an event, this is a commercial event too. And like a couple other people said, like Bev, this is in a, you know, this airstrip is pretty much surrounded by residential areas, and it's going to impact residences in Grand County and in San Juan County. But I do think that there's places in San Juan County that would jump at an event like this. There's a lot of participants. They book rooms, they eat eat at restaurants, they spend money, you know, so think about putting, you know, considering and working with the cities of Monticello and Blanding to locate the event in San Juan County where the county would actually benefit, versus putting it someplace where people don't want it. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Liz. Okay. Yeah, I've got somebody under Carolyn's name. Go ahead and announce your name and stay where you live at.
My name is Larry Edwards. I live on Pack Creek Road, North Spanish Valley, and I want to thank everybody for expressing their views. And it's nice to be able to hear both sides of looking at an issue. And it seems to me that a lot of people are taking exception and don't want this to take place here in Spanish Valley at the old airport strip. That it's not a good location for an event of that size and that many people to be there, to be up at night drinking, and it's a neighborhood. And like so many people have pointed out, there's a bottleneck on the resources that will be flowing into San Juan County because the eating and all the other activities will be done in the Moab area. So I think it really it bears thinking to recite this event, put it somewhere that's more within the sphere of Monticello, where benefits can flow into that part of the county instead of into Moab, because that way Moab is going to wind up getting all the things that they've objected to in the past, but it's not really going to help San Juan County. So I would like to see the event relocated.
Thank you for your comments. Let's see, so just kind of in the sake of the meeting and commissioners' time here, if something's been said before, there's no need to repeat it. Looks like the commissioners are paying attention. We've been able to get Commissioner Maryboy. He hasn't been dropped off from his Verizon network, and so everybody hears you on here. So if there's a way to just kind of summarize, or if it hasn't been said, please do so. I noticed we've got Bill Harmon's hand up on here. Bill, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Bill. Just state where you live at.
So my name is Bill Harmon. I live in the Salt Lake Valley area, but I am an avid UTV Utah member and activist, supporter. I would like to see this event happen. I think it is a excellent opportunity for San Juan County to educate people about these trails that are outside of Moab. And I don't think anyone's mentioned that, but there's those of us that travel to that area. And I think that the city of Moab is currently discriminating against the UTV Utah community. And I think San Juan has an excellent opportunity to bring more attention to their activities that they have. I hear a lot of people trying to relocate them to different parts of the county. And I think this is a chance for them to show that there's other places to go around here besides just the city of Moab. I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, let me check the system here. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Anybody waving at me? Is there anybody who wishes to continue to speak to this? You can go ahead and unmute yourself. Send me a chat in the chat box. Let me know somehow. Let's see, I've got Chris's iPhone. So you might have to star, what is it, star 6 to unmute yourself, Chris, but you should be ready to go.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Tolman. I am a vice president with UTV Utah, and I know a lot of the sentiment that I feel has already been shared, and so I'll try not to say things that you've already heard. I'd like to make a few points to the letter that was given to Rally on the Rocks. Similar to what Bud Bruni mentioned earlier, there's some fairly significant holes in the letter that was provided. One of them is directly in compliance or consideration with the noise complaints and reports that were provided. Those studies that they are citing have all been done on a neighborhood next to a commercial airport located in Europe. And they're trying to take that noise study and apply it to UTVs here in Utah. It's a stretch in grossly misrepresenting what is actually going on here. And to try to pigeonhole that report and apply it into this makes zero sense. Furthermore, they're trying to say that Utahns do not ride UTVs and off-road recreate, as they cited a report that only 15% of a survey that was done show that Utahns actually ride UTVs, which couldn't be further from the truth. That survey only had 1,000 respondents, and only 15% of those stated that they actually ride UTVs. I take offense to being called the worst of the worst and the assumptions that are made about UTV owners. I work in finance. I have an MBA. I'm working on a second master's degree in psychology. Have a wonderful family with 2 young kids, and we go out to ride as a family. We're respectful of Moab, the communities across Utah, and we do our best to educate those around what needs to occur here in Utah when we go out and ride in Moab. You will get the best of us, especially given what's going on right now here in Utah, in that we want to make sure that we do our best to represent UTVs well. And so you would actually probably get all of us on our best behavior. But please do not assume that we're bad people or anything like that, because it couldn't be further from the truth.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Let's see, anyone else? Let's see, I'm not seeing, I did have a message in the chat just as an act. This is from William Renegar. I don't know, William, if you wanted to state these or you just wanted me to read it out loud, but as an active UTV enthusiast, I'm full support of efforts to support San Juan County. That was short and brief. That's why I read that. And so, is there anybody else willing to, or not willing?
Oh, it looks like they started.
Go ahead, Jeremy, just stay where you're at and take it away. Or maybe not. Are you there, Jeremy? You're unmuted now if you wanted to speak to a public comment for 3 minutes. Or maybe not. So, keeps on going back and forth, mute and unmute. Dun, dun, dun. Not seeing anybody else unmute themselves. I'm not seeing any hands raised or chats that haven't already spoken. All right, Commission, that's it for the end of your public comment period. Turn it back over to you, Commissioner Gray Eyes. You're on mute, by the way, as well.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and since we stepped over the public comment period, completed, interesting. We'll go ahead and go to the consent agenda. To abbreviate each of those.
Okay, I'll give you a summary of each of these items. On the first one, you have the request to approve the December 15th, 2020 and the December 22nd, 2020 commission meeting minutes. There were some changes that, just minor changes that needed to be made on here. On page 4 of the December 15th meeting minutes, down to the very bottom of page 4, it just mentions on there that for the Rally of the Rocks even to be held, and that should be event to be held. So there's that minor correction on the second to last sentence there. And then on December 22nd minutes on that first page, under the timestamp 1655, at the end of that sentence there, it just states the budget in large part is tied to different contracts. We're just submitting a different tide instead of a tide of a wave. This is tied as in relationship to. And so just those 2 corrections on the minutes. And then item number 2 on here, you have an approval of the 2021 beer license renewals, which is standard practice for us here in the county. And item number 3, you've got consideration and approval of the Community Service Block Grant Program contract. This is with Southeastern Utah Association of Governments. This is a contract for an annual contract that we've continued to enter into. The contract for that is for $19,855 for meal services for clients who live in San Juan County that are under age 60 but have access and functional needs, as well as low income. So we'd like to continue with that routine contract. You've got in here your check registers for December 16th through December 29th for your approval. The next one on item 5 is the Granicus subscription renewal. Just as a reminder, this contract here is for $23,685.66. This is an annual subscription of a program that kind of helps us track business entities, commercial entities throughout the county. Just kind of as a note in here, back in 2009, our county tax records showed 7 nightly rental companies or 7 nightly rental businesses. With this software alone, we were able to find 65 additional properties that should have been reporting for the TRT collection. Just because of this software alone and the results from it, we have discovered and were able to receive an additional $152,886.15 in property taxes collected in 2020 that should have been collected all along. And so this software is kind of paid for itself and then some on there. And so we want to continue with that contract and that software. See how much we can get this next year as well. On the next one, you have approval of the Tourism Tax Advisory Board members. This one here, would like to just thank our outgoing members, Rick Reeb, Jerry Murdoch, Ben Breedlove, and Sean Campbell for their service on the board. As we advertise for additional volunteer members on here, we run these back through the boards themselves. It's been recommended that we nominate Monica Lafont, Rick Reeb, Sean Campbell, and Jennifer DeVille for those positions. Either renew their terms on those, Rick Reeb and Sean Campbell, but then the addition of the 2 new members to that. You'll see in there kind of their resumes and everything that they submitted to us for that. The next one on here is approval of the San Juan County Economic Development Board appointments. This one here would like to thank Bailey Hidden. She resigned from the board position. This was a San Juan County Chamber of Commerce position. When she resigned, that created the vacancy, and we put that back out to the public for soliciting somebody that wanted to volunteer for this board. We had received applications from 2 people, Hannah Bailey, who is a business owner here in the county, and then Colleen Kays. Her attachment didn't make it on the resume, but we're recommending, the committee is recommending Hannah Bailey for the appointment for this vacancy, and then we'll be working with Colleen to see how we can use her in other areas throughout the county. Then on item 8, I'd like to turn the time over quickly to TJ Adair, our road superintendent, for this recognition for David Unito.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. David Unito was hired November 19th, 1979 as a grader operator for San Juan County. There was an opportunity to run a loader for the crusher crew, and he ran that crew for 3.5 years. And then he served as an assistant foreman on the construction crew for approximately 10 years. While he was on that construction crew, David was part of the building roads throughout San Juan County. When the construction crew was dissolved, David returned to maintaining roads as a grader operator. His area has more than 100 miles in it. Most recently, David was responsible for the dirt work of the new Monticello Hideout Senior Center with his brothers Ambrose and Wayne. Between those 3 brothers, they worked for San Juan County for over 91 years. And counting, is Wayne still here? I asked David to come so we could present this award and recognition, and he decided to stay working, so he's not here. People like David are hard to find, and San Juan County's been lucky for the last 41 years to have him in our service, and we wanted to recognize him. Thanks, David.
Thanks, TJ. I appreciate that. All right, Commissioner, we kind of missed a line there. There was supposed to be a break in that presentation. So you have the consent agenda items before you. So if you have any questions on those, let me know or entertain a motion to approve.
Is number 9, 10, and 11 included on the consent?
No, sorry about that. Neither was 8. It was down at the bottom of the agenda, and so I didn't see it. Supposed to be a break right there. So apologize for that. I was trying to speed up the meeting a little.
All right.
So the consent agenda items is just 1 through 7.
Okay. 1 through 8. All right. Is there a motion to accept or approve the consent?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda 1 through 7 and to also officially recognize David Unito in item number 8.
There you have it. There's a second.
I heard Commissioner Maryboy mention the second on there. Commissioner Maryboy, you still there?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Any discussion? There comments? If not, I have one. There is a contract for CDBG lock grant that's being considered in the as item number 3. So what about the I know Navajo Mountain has a Navajo Nation meal program. I don't know about the others. Ojeto, Red Mesa, Mexican Water, Aneth. I don't know if they have a program.
Yes, they have their own program throughout the
Navajo Nation, under Navajo Nation?
Yes, yep. Same with their aging adult services, they've got their own program.
Okay. So in that sense, they are being served also.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye also. 3-0-0.
Okay. Let's see, so that we did include item 8 in that last.
Yes, item 8, recognition of Mr. David Yanito, and I guess we need to, as a commission, write a letter.
So we'll be working on that. We did want to formally recognize him here in this meeting as well. And kind of like Todd had mentioned, is he chose to not come to the meeting and just continue to work, which is kind of his nature as well. But 41 years of service with the brothers together, that's 91 years. That's a lot of service and dedication to the county, and especially a majority of his time has been spent down in the Navajo Nation. So
yes,
we appreciate
nothing to be embarrassed about. So
nope, 41 years. Good talk.
In good time and in good service.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The next one on here is the approval of the comments and recommendations for revision to the Manti LaSalle Forest Management Plan. So you're now on item 9. This one here, and so Nick couldn't make it today, and so I'll try to go through and describe it. We're, as a participating partner with these agencies, we get the opportunity to review and make recommendations prior to the release of the public. This is a good thing. The kind of the way that I see the process is we're able to make our statements, and then it continues to go through a public process in which additional comments from the public can be made, but it also incorporates our suggestions into the plan if they're accepted. And so it's kind of our ability to get things before and make the recommendation. So to some of the comments were, well, let's just table this until the public's been heard. Well, to me, it's like, let's get our comments in there in the forefront, so if they have,
Getting to the meeting at this time, call me back.
they can weigh in on it as well. And so kind of on here, and I'll just read the summary. The San Rafael Soil Conservation District submitted comments, recommendations on the draft Anti-LaSalle Forest Management Plan. These comments, recommendations were prepared by Mike Ralphs. He's the Utah State University range specialist. And then you've got Roger, or retired, and then Roger Barton, a retired resource coordinator with the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food. The comments and recommendations are science-based and pertain to all districts of the National Forest, including those in San Juan County. It's kind of a holistic comment. Using these recommendations by the agency and revising the draft plan would result in a better plan. The San Juan Conservation District supports the comments and recommendations in that plan or the revisions. And then in here, just a suggestion that San Juan County, we should also support these comments and recommendations as needed revisions to the draft forest plan. And so our hopes is we would get that in the draft, and then they would go before the public for public comments and go through that final vetting process and through that open process. And so I can go through and kind of take you through each item. When you look at some of the items on here that we're asking them to look at and consider, items that they've taken out of the plan previously, we're asking them to put back. One of them is the economic benefit that kind of our ranchers and grazers here within San Juan County, when you look at a description of values, they had missed, there's up to what, $36 million annually that benefits livestock grazing, domestic livestock grazing in the forest, that we feel that it's important that that's recognized in there, because it doesn't clearly state that economic benefit that grazing within the forest actually allows for to our citizens in the counties throughout. So they requested that statement in the plan be modified and allowed for that. When you talk about the water, there's a significant amount of concerns and developments that help with the water development in here. You have that ST-4 standard, the no water developments. There's trenched and in the filled areas. They've considered that in there, and they've also taken into the understanding that, you've got to protect those. You've got some of the smooth brome and alfalfa, which were seeded in the trenches to help stabilize. That's kind of going back to the watershed comments in there. So we've got this smooth brome is a style from grass, and it's resistant to grazing, which is good. It helps stabilize those trenches. Those trench areas that are on that lower elevation ridges where live water is limited. So it kind of helps bring about that, those catch areas. Restricting and removing water developments would render large areas with the fern and horn mountain and trail mountain unusable for livestock grazing. This is something that we don't want. We want to be able to continue to allow for that livestock grazing in there. It states in here that these areas have now been grazed within the grazing allotments for up to 60 years. If there's no evidence of them causing accelerated erosion, then it makes no sense to put restriction on those areas at that time. And so they requested that standard be removed or specified to apply only in municipal watersheds. And so it does touch on that protection of the watershed, but also reflects in where they can graze and the protection of those areas as well. Utilization rates and stubble heights, there's some science behind it, some journals that kind of give you a little bit better standards and objections for the allotment management plan. They would like some changes to that in recognition that you really have to consider not just a standard flashcard utilization of stubble heights as a compliance standard, but you really go out and you look at the area itself and not apply a one size fits all to that management of that, but you actually look at a management objective and the method used for the location of species to be measured, the season measurement, the qualification of those making the measurement, and how the data would be interpreted as a basis for management decisions. And so they're asking for utilization rates and stubble height levels to not be used as a permit standard, nor an objective in allotment management plans, but rather an indicator of management. There are end of the season targets to aim for in the annual operation instructions. And so they've asked for that in the draft to be a little bit more clear. And the utilizations GD-1 and GD-2 to be included in those to help with that management of growth in there. They've got a management approach about increasing the livestock numbers. It's kind of well known and as they see, and it's reflective in there, but the livestock industry is partnered with the Forest Service to actually hill the lands and improve ecological conditions throughout our forests. This is part of that rangelands management that takes place. The record of reduction of livestock numbers on the forest was not included in the assessment. And we feel that that's important to be added in there. Back in the 1800s, you had an estimated number of 100,000 animals grazing in there. After the establishment of the Manti Forest Reserve, you had 2,000 sheep and 200,000 sheep, 28,000 cattle were permitted. In the 1986 Forest Plan permit, that dropped the AUM, so that dropped that back down to 20,700 cattle and 85,000 sheep in there. And they want on here the permit obligations and estimated grazing capacity to be recognized that it is balancing, but a major component of that 1986 Forest Plan was that when these results of the projects and management showed improvement in range condition, some of the cuts in livestock used would be restored. That has not occurred since then. And so if they can show a benefit in the fact that range conditions have improved, so should that allotment number on there. And so they'd like that statement to be added to the draft plan that the HMs, I'm not sure what the quick abbreviation on that, should be retained at current permitted levels when rangelands conditions are meeting or moving towards desired conditions. Increase in HMs would be appropriate when desired conditions are currently being met, and analysis has indicated that the increase would continue to meet desired conditions while taking advantage of the increase in available forage. Then it kind of goes on with the flexibility of season. This one I've heard not only in the forest, but also on the BLM, where you have an on and off date of allotments, which are very rigid, except in drought conditions where permittees may be asked to bring their livestock home early. They want added to that draft plan that there's a flexibility in season of use, and exchange of use may be considered when it is not detriment to the resource. So if you have a wet winter and you have good enough growth to allow for additional grazing throughout the year, then allow for that additional grazing. Don't just have a hard beginning and stop date that allows for that additional grainage or grazing on those. And so overall, it kind of gives some suggestions to the native plants, shrublands, woodlands as well on there. And so Again, this is just to get revisions within the draft itself. That plan will come out again later. We will also have the opportunity to add additional comments during that period as well. These are some that was highlighted with our partners as we work through this process and review those draft plans. So with that, there is a draft forest plan letter in here that just is to state San Juan County supports of the comments of the draft forest plan by the San Juan Rafael Conservation District. And then it's also supported by the San Juan County Conservation District.
There you heard it. Commissioner?
Like to make a motion for discussion.
I think you can go ahead and motion to approve or disapprove or table. Discussion is not totally fitting into the Mr. Variable. Then
I'd like to hear some discussion before I take a position on this.
okay. Is there a second?
A second for the purpose of discussion.
Okay. All right. Any volunteer to open that discussion?
I guess I'll make some comments. I have been a public land grazer on the forest and on the BLM in my life. And I know that the agencies have tried their best to maintain at least 40% of the feed after the grazers leave the forest or the BLM. In looking through the material that we have provided today, it looks very science-based to me, and there looks like there's a need for some changes in the way the forest is doing business within our county with land use on the forest. I don't think this is something that has been haphazardly brought up, but I do believe that as a county are acting as a cooperating agency and have an opportunity for some input at the very beginning of the process. And that is what is happening here, is this is the beginning of a process to evaluate and make revisions to the forest management plan. This does not make it final. It does not mean that just because the county is giving some input to this forest management plan, that that's the end of the process. The forest will go through a public comment period in which the public and different organizations, different users have a chance to comment on the revisions of this management plan. That's not what we're trying to do today. Is we're just saying from the county standpoint, we support some of the changes to be part of the management plan moving forward. It doesn't mean it's final. Doesn't mean that we can't change our mind even as a county. It just means we have to have a place to start. And there are some needed changes in the way that the Forest Service manages the forest lands in Fannin County. So I think it's good for the county to be involved at the very beginning and onset of the revision of the management plan. And we'll be involved in it every step of the way until it's finalized. And so I appreciate the forest asking the county for some comments and getting the revision plan started, and look forward to what the public and the users of the forest have to say as this plan moves down the road. Thank you.
Oops. I'm off.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor Boy.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that Mr. Nick Sandberg is proposing the county's endorsement, and that's his position, which is good. And I appreciate Commissioner Adams' remark. That's all in line. The position emphasizes the domestic livestock, raising overall pasturing, cultural resources, and protecting water resources, and of course wildlife habitation. But I feel that it is a little bit premature for the county to endorse an alternative in this planning process. Several organizations have, I know that, worked on the conservation alternative, and which emphasizes the protection of the cultural resources, water resources, and wildlife. The wildlife habitation, while also acknowledging that domestic cattle grazing and can continue, but should not dominate the area of our Abajo and to data mine of other resources and users. I suggest tabling this issue until we have received more input. And when I say that, from our neighboring people, the Navajo resident, and the organizations that are reviewing the various alternatives for the forest management plan. And of course, we have a group of people, which we don't like, but they exist, which is Utah Denebakaya. The U.S. Forest Services will hold a 60-day public comment period later this year. We all know that. We should get input from the Navajo resident organization, including UDB, before taking a position on this matter of other alternative as well. So good work and hard work for Nick, but that's my position to overall view of this item number 9. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you motion to table?
If I'm in order, I will.
You are in order.
Yes, sir. Then I will.
Okay, there's a motion to table for further research. Is there a second? I will go ahead and second the motion if Mr. Adam does not move. My reason for seconding is that this is a multi-phase, multi-dimension issue. Mainly from the standpoint of the county, the way the letter is structured is only concentrating or listing the impact of livestock on the Forest Service and on the land and on undergrowth. not mentioning other interests. So I think to broaden the perspective, it would be better to solicit more comments on it. So in that sense, I will second. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. I think that the information that we've been given talks about the woodlands, the water, the deciduous conditions, the desired conditions of the land. It talks about the flexibility of use, talks about the shrublands, talks about the native plants. I don't know how more complete you could be than the information that we've been given that from the Forest Service that said these are the things that they're going to consider. What more can you consider than the vegetation on the forest and the water and the different kinds of vegetation and how the cattle and the wildlife and the public affect those things. It's pretty complete to me.
On the contrary to Mr. Adams' statement, I think in terms of thinking about maybe seven generations, the impact. How does the letter recommend dealing with alternatives? Livestock reduction in use? There's no mention of it. To save natural resources. Those are some of the particular issues that are not addressed. All we're looking at is the dollar signs. What about in the future? How would they handle it? If we deplete the natural resources that has been available, now meagerly available for use today. Those are my concerns.
I think would it be helpful because all that our letter is addressing some of the recommended changes to the draft. Kind of everything that you're talking about, Commissioner Gray Eyes, is included in a comprehensive plan. This is just a sectional review and changes to specific sections in there. I don't know if we table this, if it would be helpful to have a work session where you can each go through the whole entire management plan. That's kind of what these partners have done along with Nick. They've already gone through the plan. They've vetted each section, and these were the areas that they have.
Make one for me too.
If there's additional concerns that you as commissioners have, we can certainly try to address them in a work session meeting where we can go through the whole entire plan. It's a big comprehensive plan. But we can certainly do that.
It is a big plan, but I think we have plenty of time, Mac, to discuss this item. And I believe it's a position that the county should reach out to our neighboring neighbors to have an input. That's all I ask, is to have an input. And Bruce and the Forestry Service may have a good plan that's viewed there. But how do we know that these things are going to be exercised throughout the duration of the plan goes? And I just ask that we go out and reach out to those that can have an input. And like I said, we may not like the monument, but there's a group of people over there that's been dealing with the conservation of all the lands and the herbs. Maybe we need to go reach out and see what their inputs are. Even a workshop, you know, later in the year, we could have that, just like the way you say, and we can entirely mold this whole thing with everybody looking at the idea of how this conservation would work. So that's I just wanted to get that input there.
Okay, just so you're kind of aware, just on the overall timeline, just looking at their website, you've got to be able to receive online comments or comment requests by, it's like February 28th, 2021. So here next month at the end of February. So it's got to be fairly quick. Just looking at the last plan, that was over 400 pages. So it's pretty big, but we can definitely get in touch with our partners of any kind, and I would encourage them to make their own comments and suggestions through the system so that the Forest Service also has their comments. So we can definitely work with partners.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to also receive the comprehensive plans that you mentioned.
Okay.
I haven't been afforded to review those documents. Maybe Mr. Adam has, but I haven't. Neither Mr. Mary has. So if those could be made available so we can have a good decision.
Yeah, some of these were given out last year in the commission meeting. And when COVID hit, if you remember right, it was asked to be put on hold just because of COVID and that public comment period. So they've been working through this draft for the Montana South Forest for quite a while. But I'll send you the link to the latest draft plan. So if you remember right, they have the draft plan and then you have the amendments that correspond with that. So I'll send you the link to the website so you can kind of see the overall picture. But yeah, they've been working with us trying to get it done, but then COVID hit and it was asked that due to COVID that it kind of be delayed. And as now we work forward through the process, this is where we're at today. I think all we need is a vote on that one.
If there's no further discussion, then we'll go ahead and call question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye also. Nay. Opposing. 2, 1. Motion carried. Thank you. Next.
Okay. You're on item number 10 now. You've got an annual Open and Public Meetings Act and Government Record Access and Management Act training. This one will be provided by our attorney. We have Alex on today who will give us this awesome training. This is an annual requirement that we have this. So listen up. This keeps you safe.
I like your description that the training is awesome.
Well, you know, you're here, so it's got to be awesome.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes,
I can.
Okay. As Max stated, and I'll address this to all of you. Under Utah law, all county bodies have to receive an annual training on the Open Meetings Act, as well as the Government Records Management Act, commonly referred to as grandma.
46.
And so I'll start with the Open Meetings Act. The Open Meetings Act is the requirement that all government body meetings, and in this instance, we're obviously referring to the county commission meetings, be open to the public and follow all the necessary notice and disclosure requirements.
I'll let him know. Thank you. How do you get in?
So the first thing to note is what constitutes a meeting. And a meeting for today's purposes is whenever a quorum of the county commission, because we have a 3-person commission, that means when any 2 of you get together and discuss any matter over which you have jurisdiction or advisory power. Jurisdiction and advisory power is a well-litigated, long-litigated issue under the Open Meetings Act. Sufficient for purposes of today's training. It's if 2 of you get together and have discussions over anything that you have the authority in your capacity as county commissioners to influence or to direct, then that would constitute an open meeting. If you get together, for example, run into each other at the grocery store and ask how each other's families are doing, that is not considered an open meeting. Likewise, if you get together and you discuss something that you don't have authority over, that is not an open meeting. So anytime 2 of you get together, and those meetings can be electronic or on the phone, you need to keep your discussions to things that you don't have jurisdiction or authority over, because if you do have jurisdiction or authority over any of those items, then they have to be properly noticed and submitted for under the Open Meetings Act. Under the Open Meetings Act, we have to give 24-hour notice to all items that might be going on. MAC is pretty good about getting those out, usually Fridays before commission meetings, although sometimes he does it Monday mornings to make sure we meet the 24-hour notice requirement, but that's not his fault. He's usually waiting on somebody. And I believe, Mac, have you sent out your annual meeting notice for this year?
Yeah, last commission meeting, we had that on there.
Okay, so the annual, every year we have to give the annual notice for when all planned meetings are going to be, and that sounds like it already went out. If there's any meeting that gets changed or canceled or a new meeting has to come into place, that does have to be noticed up. Obviously, those changes can't be sent out annually because we didn't know they needed to be changed, but we do have to send those out. All meetings under the Open Meetings Act have to be recorded. That includes closed meetings. Closed meetings must be recorded. They're closed to the public, but that does not mean that they are secret. They simply are closed to the public, but records and minutes are still kept. But typically we just keep an audio recording because it's superior, but those do have to be recorded and kept. As we go through all of those, if an emergency comes up, it is not a well litigated area of the law as to what constitutes an emergency. That can override the need for notice requirements. Even with all the COVID stuff we had going on, we actually never had to call an emergency meeting in less than 24 hours. I think typically we would be looking at something pretty dramatic, such as large natural disasters, infrastructure failure, something that required immediate action by the county legislative body, where waiting 24 hours could result in increased damage or threat to life or property of individuals. And so you would hold your emergency meeting, and then you would send out a notice that you held an emergency meeting. And then at the next meeting that is publicly noticed up, you would reiterate everything that you did so that the public is properly notified of what took place. Typically for commission meetings, the county clerk maintains the minutes and the recordings. If he's not available, he assigns it to somebody else to take care of those. Those are kept and maintained. Those are uploaded to the state open meetings website. There is a link available on the county website through the clerk's office to access all of those meetings. They're available to anybody at the public, anybody in the public who wants to access those can get them from there. All meeting minutes and recordings are subject to the Government Records Management Act, and so they are available through those requests. The kind of the one area, and this is a little bit more prevalent now that we've changed to this format because of the pandemic, but all electronic message transmissions can constitute a requirement under the Open Meetings Act. It depends on the format. You are allowed to email each other without having to notice up 24 hours in advance that you're going to email each other. But if you have phone conversations over things, if you want to discuss agenda items and you call each other up on the phone, those actually should be noticed up because that would constitute a meeting of a quorum. And as I said, because we have a 3-person commission, it's anytime 2 of you call each other. In larger areas where they're county, where they either have a county council or a large county commission, where it wouldn't constitute a quorum, 2 members would be able to have those conversations without invoking the Open Meetings Act. But as a 3-person commission, when any 2 of you get together, that's a quorum. And so again, it's just advised that if you do have those conversations with each other, make it not about county business, make it about something else so that we don't have to notice up all of those. If you do email each other, like I said, we don't have to give 24 hours notice that you're emailing each other, but all of your emails, and it doesn't matter if it comes from a personal email account or from a county email account, if you're emailing each other about county business, those are subject to the Government Records Act. And so you do need to maintain those in case somebody makes a request for emails regarding county business. We did adopt several ordinances that kind of govern the way we handle our meetings and how they're transmitted. The online broadcasting of our commission meetings actually helps a lot because we now are able to maintain a record of most of the videos of our commission meetings, and I believe the county clerk keeps those as well. And so that those are also maintained. The kind of the one place we always need to be aware of, and this is something that we've all been through, we go through it every year, but that's the closed meetings. There are very limited reasons for being able to close a meeting. Those reasons are typically if you are discussing somebody's a discussion of character, like professional competence, physical or mental health of an individual. Things like if you're looking at the hiring process and you're actually going to discuss the person, you can close the meeting to have that discussion about the person if you're going to be bringing up some personal information about them, because a person's personal information does not have to be part of the public record. So you can close a meeting for that. You can close a meeting for any collective bargaining. I don't, Mac, do we have any unions that we deal with?
No.
So in some of my prior work, we were dealing with unions, collective bargaining. Those unions could be through, you could have those in closed meetings. You close meetings for any pending or reasonably imminent litigation. That's a defined term, well litigated. And so we have a pretty good idea of what those are. Any discussion of purchase of land or property, those can go into a closed meetings. Discussions of selling property, discussions of security. For example, if the sheriff wants to have a discussion about jail security, that can be in a closed meeting. And any investigative proceedings and a few other things. It's not an exclusive list, but it's a very limited list. It is an exclusive list and it's a very limited list. That's listed in section 205 of the ordinance. As
Uh,
always, if there's ever a question about whether you can close a meeting, you can contact our office and ask ahead of time. The number one rule for closed meetings is you can take no official action in a closed meeting. You cannot hold a vote.
We're gonna come by
You
today.
can have the discussion about what you're going to vote and why you're going to vote that way, and have all of that discussion, but the vote itself has to take place in the open meeting portion.
Thank you.
As you go through
Navajo man?
all of that before you close a meeting, you have
Okay.
to have a
Bye.
roll call vote to go into the meeting, into the closed meeting.
Bye.
And you also have to have a roll call vote to go out of the closed meeting.
We're in.
And the roll call vote going into the meeting has to be first in the open meeting. We then turn off the recording for the open meeting, start
Yeah.
the recording for the closed meeting, have the discussion,
Navajo has the
then
same-
close the meeting by a roll call, or reopen the meeting by a roll call vote. And once you're back into the open meeting, if you need to hold a vote on what was discussed, that vote has to take place in the open meeting. Whatever the discussion was usually doesn't take place in the open meeting because that would defeat the purpose of the closed meeting, but the vote itself does need to be on the public record. The common violations that the AG's office is kind of lined out for us, that they say, hey, watch out for these ones because they're the ones that they see the most. That's closing the meeting without taking the roll call vote. That would be having discussions inside the closed meeting that are not on the list of reasons. And they said the other one is taking the vote or making the final action in the closed meeting instead of back in the open meeting. If anybody wants to challenge a discussion in the closed meeting, there's a process for that. Because it's going to be specific case to case, I won't get into the details of how that would play out. But if somebody were to challenge it, our office would work with the commission, with the county administrator and the county clerk to get a copy of that meeting and to go through that discussion and follow that process. The main remedy for a violation of the Open Meetings Act is it invalidates whatever decision was made. Typically, these can be corrected at a later meeting if a violation is discovered, like, hey, we forgot to take a vote on this, or this discussion took place in the closed meeting, but it should have been in the open meeting. We can correct that at a later meeting. And we've done that a couple of times, and it's usually a pretty easy fix. However, just be aware that if you're making a decision or holding a meeting that should have been noticed up publicly and it wasn't, and it was time sensitive, that's where we can get into a lot of trouble, because if you held a meeting that should have been noticed up that wasn't, and a decision was made, and then a deadline passes, and then somebody challenges under the Open Meetings Act, it invalidates that decision, but now the deadline is passed. And so it's always better to make sure that everything's noticed up, that you're taking your all of your decisions in the open meeting as required. Are there any questions on the Open Meetings Act before we move on to the government records training? Said you get training on this at probably every meeting you go to. Going once, twice, okay. I'll move on to the grandma training then. So grandma goes through changes every year. I don't think I can.
Always a question.
If anybody had any questions or follow up on the Open Meetings Act, yes.
Somebody keeps knocking me out. Cut that out.
You were talking.
I'm running the show whether I talk or not. I try not to speak into the phone. Okay, what about conventions?
So at a convention, there are exceptions written in there. The main thing about the conventions is they're typically noticed up.
by the group who's hosting the convention if they know they're inviting a lot of county commissioners. So for example, the Utah Association of Counties notices up their meetings so that everybody knows that a whole bunch of county commissioners, including quorums, will be at those meetings. But even though you're there, you obviously don't have an agenda item for San Juan County that says we're going to discuss, a land sale in Bluff on this day. And so when you go to those conferences, you're free to meet and mingle with each other, but don't discuss land sales in Bluff or things like that might be coming up later. Just keep your discussions to things that don't require us to be in one of our specific commission meetings. And I know that's hard because you're there and there's probably a burning question that all three of you may want to discuss, but you need to hold those discussions until you're in the proper setting. I know it's a pain.
Who says you're going to be in the proper session or not?
Yeah.
It's a matter of conscience.
Yep.
So I totally would like to throw that thing out and say, go back to the old ways and traditional method. That's what healing is all about, rather than inflating more scars or inserting more scars. Yeah.
Yep.
Or inflicting, I guess, would be more appropriate words. Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions, comments?
Motion to accept the report, training.
We still have one more training to go. So there's one more piece.
When is that? Today?
We have the Government Records Act training.
Okay.
So with your permission, I'll go ahead with that one.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. So the Government Records Act, commonly referred to as GRAMA, is the sister act to the Open Meetings Act. It's the one that requires us to make sure that all government records that should be open to the public are kept open to the public. As I was saying, they change this about every year on what is protected and what's private. Some things that were once private become public. Some things that were once public become private, and they keep us guessing. The main thing to remember at this point is that John David is the county clerk, is the grandma records officer for the county. Mac is the administrative officer or the appeals officer. The sheriff's office does maintain their own government records management officer. I believe that it is Sergeant Shumway, and she handles all of those initial requests for the sheriff's office. Each department is free to designate their own records management officer if they want. However, if you are a designated records management officer, you do have to go through the certification process every year. I think I saw John David's back in August, so I know he's certified, and I'm sure he'll get recertified again this year.
Certified on that.
And so the way it works for the rest of us who are not the records management officers is the request comes in and the county has a form that we ask people to fill out, and we limit it to what they request on the form. We don't volunteer more information. We don't try to restrict more information. It's what they put is what they get. So sometimes people have to put in 2 or 3 to kind of narrow down what it is that they're exactly wanting, because they weren't very clear in the first 2, but just what they put in the form is the only thing that we're going to provide them, because it's not our job to go out and create a record or to guess what it is that they want. And so sometimes people get a little upset with us, but it's the only way to handle it, because otherwise we don't know if we're actually being responsive or not. So they make that request, and all of us who get that request, if it touches our office, we have to provide anything that could be considered responsive. So if the request comes in and says, I want any communication that involves item A, then we have to provide, if we send an email that has item A listed in it, we give that to John David.
And then he's the one who goes through and he checks the classification of all of those records. And we can provide input to him. For example, our office, because we're the attorney's office here, we frequently say, hey, look, they requested item A, here's all of item A, but these ones, by the way, are litigation documents, so we think those should be protected. And we pass that on to him, and then he'll actually categorize those. But that's the way it goes through. The Grandma Records Act does not have a frivolous provision in it. So we cannot deny a grandma request because we think the request is ridiculous. The only reason we can deny a request in general is either because they're asking for something that's not public, or if it's unreasonably duplicative. So every now and then we have people who send in 4 or 5 requests for the same thing. It's not our job to provide them 4 or 5 copies. If they've requested it once and then they want it again, we can just deny it and say it's already been provided to you. And so the other thing is there was an amendment back in 2019 that does let us say, for a lot of times people used to request minutes from commission meetings and things like that. There's a 2019 amendment that let us respond to that just says, please see the website because it's available through the website where you can get access to all of those. So we don't actually have to go through the whole process. We can just refer them to where those records are kept, either by us or by the state records, office. And so the categorizations of what's public, private, and controlled are all statutorily mandated. It's a very litigated area of the law, so there's a lot of case law out there that kind of helps guide us. I'm not going to go through them all because there are, I want to say, 40 or 50 subsections, and it would take a long time. What it really comes down to is it's not our job to categorize those. It's John David's job to categorize those. So we provide the record, and then John David will take care of the categorization of whether it's public, controlled, private, or protected. And if he has any questions, he's always free to contact our office if he has any questions or if he wonders if there's been any litigation on that issue. We're always happy to provide that for him. And the same is true for any member of the commission or any member of the county. If they have any questions about the Open Meetings Act or about the Government Records Act, first of all, Mac's pretty knowledgeable about it. He's usually able to handle most of the upfront questions. And if anybody has a more detailed question, they're always welcome to contact our office. We're happy to research it, happy to look into it, so that we can go through that. I don't know what the current number is. I was surprised in 2020 we didn't get more grandma requests with people being home and a lot of free time on their hands. But I think our office has been fielding maybe 1 or 2 grandma requests a month. And I know that John David probably gets twice as many that just don't touch our office before that. So it does keep us busy. Because some of the requests, we're fielding a request right now. I know our office had probably 800 pages of material that we have to go through, and that was from our office alone, and it was a request that touched multiple offices. So it is busy. It's very time consuming. The county is able to bill for bigger requests. Sometimes the request comes in and it's only a couple of pages. We don't bill for those because the first 15 minutes of time is free, but anything that goes in excess of that, especially one that requires a lot of redactions, for example, we do bill for those under the statute, and we're allowed to. If there is a denial, or if the person feels that something wasn't provided that should have been provided, they can appeal it up. They appeal that up and it goes to Mac, who will then kind of go through the process again to see what was initially provided. He'll usually send out another request asking for any additional information that might have been missed. And then he'll issue his decision based on that request. The main rule for all of us is keep all of your records, keep all of your emails. If it's county business, it doesn't matter if it was sent on a personal device or a government device. If it was county business, it is subject to the Government Records Act and it does have to be provided. Our job is to provide it, and then it's John David's job to categorize those. Obviously, if we provide some context to him so that he understands what the communication was, for example, if there's a text message that's just a yes, that doesn't mean anything. But if we happen to know that that yes was in response to a question about the subject that was part of the grandma request, that's useful information for him to know, so he knows what to do with a text message that just says yes. And things of that nature. The best rule to follow is, if in doubt, provide it, and then have the discussion with either John David, Mac, or our office as to how you feel that record should be handled, or if you think it's protected under a provision, then let us know how you think it's protected, and we're happy to look into that. Any questions about any of that?
Question again.
Yes.
That's the sort of like the whip. Now, the application, the punishment, consequences. Those I want to know.
Okay.
Are you to be hanged?
I am happy to report that hanging is not an option.
Thrown off a cliff? If there's a penalty,
there is a penalty. It does depend on exactly what the violation was and what it's considered. So if somebody appeals it up to MAC and MAC responds and they're still not satisfied, they can appeal it up to the State Records Committee, which is hosted out of Salt Lake. We usually have to go up there twice a year, maybe, on an appeal, probably on average. We went up there a lot in 2019, and I think we only had to appear in front of them twice in 2020. So when you go up there, they'll issue a decision. They have some authority to issue fines, and those fines can be levied at the specific organization. So for example, if the request came into the sheriff's office and that's the one that went all the way up and it gets contested, the State Records Committee can impose a $500 a day fine against the sheriff's office, or against the county as a whole, or against the county commission, or against the auditor's office, or against the specific subset of the entity, because grandma requests are typically directed at the specific entity. Where we're a smaller county, most people just send them to the county at large, even though they're targeting a specific office. It's easier for us if they target the office, because then we know exactly who we should be looking at for the records. But it can be a $500 a day fine for each day that goes by that the ordered record is not provided. So it can rack up really fast. If
that's the process, where's the healing come in?
So the
adversarial approach needs.
The healing process, part of that process of going up to the State Records Committee is there is an option for mediation before you go in front of the committee. Most people choose not to take it, but a couple of people have taken us up on the offer, in which we're able to sit down with them and have a conversation. A lot of times in the mediation, the reason people are upset is because they just get told no and here's why, and they don't really have a time to explain the details of why the no. It's just no because of this rule. The mediation does give us a chance to have a discussion with them about the reasons for the yes, the reasons for the no, and sometimes they're able to say, well, I don't want this part of that record that's protected, I only want this other part of the record. And sometimes we're able to determine that, well, if we're able to redact off all of this other stuff and give you that, then we're protecting the private information that needs to be protected, but still giving you the information that you're seeking. A lot of times people don't take us up on the mediation offer, but there, you do have that chance there. And then if we do get fined or ordered, we can comply. You can also take it to the district court after the State Records Committee to say, hey, I think that the State Records Committee got it wrong and here's why.
Yeah. Every adversarial cases, there's no healing process.
And I agree. And maybe that's something
Plus, there's the hurt that is created on both sides, whether it's the government, the state, or the individual or party. There's no healing. There's no what did they call it? Peace. You create a behavior, negative behavior in the person, and that person will cuss you at you forever. Never forgive you. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
And I appreciate your comments. And just to throw in there, that might be something that you could approach one of our state legislators about trying to incorporate into the system.
Yeah. I think we all carry a whole pack of bags that we're trying to get from underneath. But on the other hand, we always hopefully offer some comfort. Appreciate it. Thank you. Do we sign the documents?
Nope, you just have to take the training and now you've had it for the year.
It'll be on the late, Mr. McDonald probably have the information to the linkage.
Yep.
Thank you.
And if anybody wants an extra copy, I can make copies of the documents were provided by the AG's office to you as well.
Yeah, that would be appreciated.
Okay, I can do that.
Send it to me on WILLIEGRAYYS@yahoo.com.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll send it to Mac and then Mac can send it out to everybody.
Okay. Good night.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. All right. Commissioners, the next item on your agenda is your item number 11, 2021 conflict of interest statement. I've sent to Commissioner Graz, Commissioner Maryboy, I've sent to your email the conflict of interest form for this year that needs to be filled out. Just as a reminder on your prohibited acts, pretty much you can't use your county position for private advantage at the level that you're in. You can't use your county position to secure special privileges, nor can you accept other investment or employment without disclosing it here within. On here it states that no covered person shall knowingly receive, accept, take, seek, or solicit directly or indirectly any gift or loan from him or herself of another if the gift or loan would reasonably tend to influence him or her in the performance of official duties. And also on here it states that the donor has been, is, or may become involved in an official county business. There's an exception to this where non-money gifts of value is less than $50, public awards, bona fide business loans, and campaign contributions actually used in political campaigns. On here, let's see, it's acting in a county position. You may not accept payment for help of a private person or a business in any transaction. of the county. Also states a covered person may not be involved with any private business which is regulated by the county, may not be involved in any transaction between their private business interests of the county, may not be involved in any actual potential conflict of interest unless the nature of the extent of the private business interests are disclosed on this form. States on there, any covered person who receives payment for helping a private person or business in a transaction with the county must disclose the payment. Any covered person involved in private business which is subject to county regulation must disclose that involvement. Any covered person involved with private business that does or anticipates doing business with the county must disclose that involvement as well. Any covered person who has a personal or business interest of any kind which raises an actual or potential conflict of interest with his or her position must disclose that interest. All written disclosures must be sworn statements containing the information required above and be in form similar to this one here. All statements are public record and open to public inspection, going back to that training that we just had through the Grandma Act. All disclosures must be as follows. So we're asking you to sign this in writing, but also you also need to disclose that at the time of a meeting as well, if it needs to be disclosed. And so this written disclosure is filed with the county. It'll be a part of the county record. Completing this form does not assure compliance with the disclosure requirements of the County Officers and Employees Disclosure Act, but the violations of these provisions may be subject to criminal or disciplinary actions. Any violation will be thoroughly investigated and prosecuted. Please be aware this document is shortened and simplified, that the actual law is much more in depth than what is covered on this. And if you have any questions, we can refer those questions to the Civil Division or the Office of the District Attorney. I'd say first stop at our county attorney and ask them if you have any questions on this, but that kind of goes to within saying on its own of what you have to disclose. Typically for me, as I go through here, if I donate to any charity, I put them on here for disclosure. If I have any business relationships or charity and relationships with any board members, members of any other committees, I also include that in there for coverage. So I'd recommend that as well so that it's publicly disclosed. It doesn't mean that you cannot take action on it. You do have to disclose those and make everybody aware of that conflict of interest. That, Commissioners, is the form and kind of the reasons behind the form itself. And so I'll be collecting those from you here shortly. Those of you that I've emailed it out to, if you want me to use a stamp, if it's available. If not, I'll accept the scanned versions from you with your signature on it.
Do you have a stamp for me?
I sent you an email. No, I don't have a stamp yet. We need to work on a stamp for you. I need a signature on a clear piece of paper without any lines, and we'll work on that stamp.
Okay.
But I do.
Clear paper.
Sorry, boy.
How big of a letter? 24 inch?
Yes. Almost. Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
I'll do that.
that concludes your presentation portion of your agenda. The next one on here is a public hearing and discussion to consider.
Oh, excuse me. There.
What's that? Sorry.
What is there a deadline on the interest letter or consent or disclosure deadline?
I would say within this week would be awesome. We just, every year we've got to sign these. And so every year where it's January, it'd be good just to get it out of the way so we don't have to continue.
Yeah.
the tracking.
My medicine man does trust me, so he never asked me for disclosure.
But if he does, you might want to put the medicine man on here if there's a conflict. And so the I'll send that out to the employees as well throughout the county, so that they start the process as well. So, but anyways, moving on to item 12 under your business and action items. You've got a public hearing and discussion to consider potential projects for which funding may be applied under the Community Development Block Grant for the Small Cities Program for program year 2021. We would need to make a motion to enter into public hearing and then a motion.
I motion to go into public hearing.
Okay. Motion is made to open a public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any question? There be none? All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Aye also, so unanimous.
Okay, thank you for
We
that.
are in public hearing session, so.
Okay, let me give a brief explanation of why we're here. Is each year we go through this process for the potential and consideration of an application for the Community Development Block Grant funding. This is a federal funding program administered by the State of Utah Housing and Community Development Division. On here, as far as projects, the CDBG program can fund a broad range of activities, including but not limited to construction of public works and facilities, water and sewer lines, fire stations, acquisitions of real property, and provisions of public services such as food banks or homeless shelters. So that's kind of the parameters. A lot of times people are using to become in compliance with Americans with Disabilities Act. So any special accommodations that are needed in their facilities, then they go and use CDBG funds for that. It targets those ADA special accommodations that are still needed in communities. It also targets low income areas within your communities. And so we typically try to highlight projects or apply for funding for projects within those parameters with that. And so I don't know if there's anybody wanting to make a public comment or make a suggestion.
Monet wants to make a comment.
Yeah, so I've got one. So Monet, go ahead. Just as a reminder, we're going to give you the same 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'm Annette Clark. I live in Spanish Valley, and recently our water bill went up, our water and sewer bill, because of the installation of the water and sewer lines took more money than originally thought. So there's a loan that apparently the loan, the dollar amount increased, and that caused a rate increase for everybody. So now I think I'm paying about $85 a month for the water and sewer. And I was wondering if we might be able to apply for a loan that would, just some money, it's not a loan, a grant, I guess, that would reduce our amount owing so that the water rate wouldn't have to be so great. And also I asked last year about this, but I'm still really interested to see if any funds might be available or gotten to help us build a community center here. And I know there's a maintenance building plan to be built, and Mac told me once that maybe you could put a community center on the top of it. So I'm still very interested in trying to get a building built where people can meet and where the county can have it'll just help the county a lot too if there was some kind of building or office where county employees might be able to come and, you know, with their facilities, restroom facilities and things like that. So I don't know, could we ask for some funds to start the building of that building? Those are my two questions or ideas. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Is there any provision in the requirement for real property acquisition?
So you can, yeah, you can acquire real property. So you can put in that request. That's something allowed in
Can you apply
for property.
for a real property somewhere?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other public comments on this? Okay, I'm not seeing any other public comments. Nobody has their hand up. Okay, make them or entertain a motion to close it.
Exit.
Close the public hearing.
Motion to get out of the public hearing?
Okay, can I motion to exit the public comment?
Second.
Mr. Adams, second. There being no other comments, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, also 3 in favor, 0 opposed, motion carries. Back to a regular agenda.
Okay, on there, just as a follow-up with you, now that we're out of the public hearing portion, some of the items that we can entertain. So there's another portion, the next steps to this is after we've heard the public comments and, you know, we do have the comment on here where the community center, that's something that we continue to recognize. A lot of times the debate is whether we apply for CIB funds for that and try to get a grant through that system, or do you apply for CDBG funds for that? We're not really prepared right now to be able to make a presentation to either body on what amount, what would be an appropriate amount to request on there. We would have to do some legwork before we get to that point. Monette's comments regarding being able to include that with another facility. Some of the needs that we've expressed in the past are, you know, a location for ambulance in Spanish Valley, a location for our fire trucks in Spanish Valley, and we can incorporate with that a community center, library space. There's a lot of county needs in that area that we could do a multi-building all at one, but before that, we would have to have kind of the studies and the estimates that take place before we can make those applications. When you apply for funds in these, you want to have a pretty solid package that has everything inclusive. There's the possibility to add on the road to Ojado. This is the area that comes from the Navajo Nation through the Golding section that we need help on. There's a potential to apply for that. We also have the parking lot here in the admin building that needs some help with surface treatment, and that's another thing that we can apply for using CDBG funds. Kind of the smaller projects, just as a reminder, all of these go into a vetting pool and they're ranked. So it's not just a free-for-all, nor is it an endless pit of money. So you're going up against other counties, other cities, other communities can also apply. the CDBG funds, and so it's kind of all inclusive and will be ranked according to need and community income level, and all of those factors. And so that'll be the next step that we'll bring to you is kind of that analyzation. I do not believe that you can use CDB funds to offset a cost burden from another project. So the Spanish Valley Special Service District's project there, you wouldn't be able to use another grant to offset another loan or another grant. And so they're pretty stringent on what can be used for those funds. And so we'll bring this back to you again with a complete application of requests and I believe a second portion to the public hearing. Now, continuing on to, if there's any discussion or direction that commissioners you guys want to provide me, let me know.
Is this regarding the
CDBG funds?
CDBG on the request that was indicated by Ms. Clark?
Yeah, or just in general. If there's anything that you guys would like us to find.
Detailed information, therefore, we would be looking at it in the future.
Yes.
Is there any deadline to submit these in March, I believe it was?
So the deadline for this first meeting was the middle of January. So we're within our time frame, and we'll bring it back at our next commission meeting. So I believe the same thing about March is when everything has to be done.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
If there is that interest in property acquisition, we can talk offline to see if there's areas of the county that you want us to target for property acquisition, and
yeah,
then we'd need the appraisals, things like that, to begin that.
I'm thinking about Horsehead up there.
Yeah, yeah, that's not ours. That's public lands.
Well, we can buy it off BLM.
Yeah, yep.
They say one buy at a time.
So the next item on the agenda, I've got item 13, consideration and approval of contract with TWS Construction for the remodel of the Monticello co-working space. This presentation will be by Natalie, our Director of Economic Development and Visitor Services.
Hi, Commission. Is it morning? Good afternoon. So this, just a quick summary on this. Last year, we applied to the Governor's Office of Economic Development for their Rural Innovation and Co-working Center grant, and we were awarded for our grant application. The grant is being matched by the building value, which is the San Juan County Library in Monticello, and then in-kind labor from my staff as well as the Monticello City Library staff, and also Monticello City provided a cash match as well. So we have some great partners in this project. Moving forward, at the point that we are right now in this project, in the timeline, we went out to bid for construction, which should be starting mid-January. And we received 3 bids. And after review with MAC, decided to award the bid to TWS Construction for their just their overall bid, and the thoroughness of their bid and the pricing that was included in it as well. So that's what's in front of the commission for approval. If there are any questions.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Mr. Adams, motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion, question, comment? I have one. Who's gonna, when the construction or renovation is completed, who's gonna be benefiting?
So we are in the process of finalizing a business plan for this space. The ultimate benefit that we found will go towards a few different industry profiles. So a place for startup businesses in the area, an added amenity to the community. There's no copy or print center in the area. An option for traveling professionals and visitor traffic that's coming through that is in need of a working space and connectivity, but doesn't have access to that, to reliable internet, and local residents as well, from students to anyone that might need that print and copy service. It'll also be a space there'll be a meeting space and a conference room in that area. So community business groups can meet together, working with the Small Business Development Center to host business trainings for small businesses in the area. That's just kind of the tip of the iceberg for the space. I think that there's an opportunity, if we can see success in this space and working with the library system, to potentially expand that throughout the county into other spaces as well, and create a network of resources for all of our communities throughout San Juan County. There is another co-working space that's in Blanding as well at the USU campus with the Small Business Development Center. I would say that their space is a little bit different in nature because that's the home of the Small Business Development Center. So on site, there's access to business consultants and support with your business planning and financial planning, 3D printer, and other kind of maker space elements as well.
Is the state entities going to be handling the utilities?
No, all of the utilities will be handled by the library. Again, this is a space that's being modernized in the library. We're already paying for the utilities utilized at that space, but it's an unutilized area. Right now, the library is using it to house some of their special collections, and after working with the library staff, they were able to find a way to consolidate that special collections, and their goal in the Monticello Library is to modernize that space to meet the needs of the patrons. So the funding for the utilities and the maintenance of the space and all those items have been built into the library's budget.
Okay. Any other question? There be none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, also 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Pass.
Okay.
Number 14.
We've got consideration and approval for a San Juan County Destination Development Strategic Planning Co-op program with the Utah Office of Tourism. This will also be Natalie.
So this plan, I've attached the scope of work to the commission meeting minutes for review. At a high level, ultimately, this would be a partnership with the Utah Office of Tourism. We, in our office, utilize their co-op program to help match our marketing dollars. That's how we typically see co-op funds come in. The state office, working with county offices, came out with a program to support destination development strategy, which goes beyond marketing. I think this kind of rings through all of the conversations that have happened on this call and in previous calls about what communities want to see in regards to their tourism and visitor services strategies moving forward. What do destinations look like? How can we contribute to quality of life with our tourism economy that's very strong in our county? And so ultimately this destination development strategy program would help outline those efforts and those initiatives. I will say that the program that's launched by the state, our office didn't feel like we quite met. We were a little bit more advanced from what the state was offering. So we had a separate call with the state, and the plan that's presented and the scope of work that's presented in this document is specific to San Juan County. We aren't going by a standardized destination development planning approach. It's a little bit more shortened in the horizon because we already are moving forward on a lot of initiatives through our stakeholder outreach efforts. And due to the complexity of San Juan County, we wanted to make sure that we were regionally represented through the northern part of the county, central part of the county, and then into the southern part and into the chapters as well. So all of that is within the scope and clearly defined. The fiscal impact would just be coming from our already budgeted marketing dollars for 2021 that were approved in this last budgeting round. The state's matching $20,000 and we would be bringing $20,000 for a total of a $40,000 strategic destination development plan that would be an outlook for the next 5 years for our county.
Okay. With that, what's the position of the commission?
Make a motion to approve.
Mr. Adams, motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second for discussion. Mac?
Okay.
Mac?
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi is really bad. I'm not getting everything on the internet. So what item are we on right now?
So you're on the item 14, which is the consideration approval for the Destination Development Strategic Planning Co-op program.
Any comments or discussion? There being none, all those in favor of the, I guess you had to change your position, Mr. Mary Boy, to approve rather than just for discussion. Amend your motion?
Yeah, amend the motion to consideration and approve for San Juan County.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
That clears the air. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye also. Opposed? None. 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Madeline.
Thanks,
and
Commissioners.
Congratulations to your new appointment to the state level.
Oh, thank you.
We recognize your talent and your knowledge of the matter at hand, and you made the best of it. So we will miss your absence at our great county of San Juan, Utah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
With that, we will continue. 15.
Okay, number 15, the discussion and approval of the 2021 Board of San Juan County Commissioners Board assignments, board and committee assignments. I put in your packet, and you should be able to see on the screen I kind of copied what we had last year and the assignments that you had. I added kind of below, so there's some committees that I added. We had, throughout the year, we had Commissioner Gray Eyes assigned to the County Economic Development Board, so I included that on there. You also approved the local homeless coordinating committee. I need a decision to see who wants to be part of that. It's supposed to be ran technically by a commissioner. So we have everybody pretty much set up for that committee other than a commissioner. On there, I added my name that just kind of shows last year you had assigned me to the communications TV board. I've been attending the library board as well as the county country partnership board. I can continue to do that if you desire to continue to have me go to those. But other than that, if there's any changes on here, it's your opportunity to discuss any potential changes to the boards.
I'd like to make a motion to continue with whatever assignment that we all have.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to continue with the listing. Second by Mr. Adam, Mr. Maryboy motion. And they're both satisfied with the assignment. I just wonder what the REC stands for. Regional,
The advisory committee.
do we have any? I don't think we do.
So with COVID, a lot of our boards and committees have been kind of on the periphery and haven't been meeting. And so once that committee does come up and ask again, then we would reach out to you to make sure that one of you are there. A lot of these boards on here, you have a backup. So for example, for the public health, the San Juan County Public Health Board, you have Commissioner Gray as assigned to that. Commissioner Maryboy is the backup on there. It's the same thing with the RAC.
Okay. With that understanding, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye also. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, motion carries. 16.
Okay, the next item on your agenda is the consideration and approval of the temporary use and lease of county property located in Spanish Valley to Rally on the Rocks LLC for event space. This one in the last meeting you had tabled. We continued to hear those public comments you received. A lot of emails the past couple of days in opposition of this lease, and you had a lot that also came through in support of this lease. I don't know if there's anything that I could say that you don't already know or you're not aware of. Just as a reminder, this is to lease the entire 5-acre portion of the county property located in this area between the date of May 12th through May 15th, or that's the event, sorry. So the lease is for May 10th through May 18th. So the event is only from May 12th to the 15th. So just a couple of days there. The lease amounts $2,000. They're also committing to donate funds to search and rescue and the school foundation here in San Juan County. In here, as a reminder, in section 5 of the lease agreement, I had gone through and laid out conditions of that, which was, your noise restrictions, operations between certain hours. I don't know if there's any other restrictions on there that you would like to impose on this lease if it's something that you are considering to move forward with. A lot of public comment on noise level. Just as a reminder, and I have the map on here of the location. It's kind of crooked. But as you look through there, it takes you through kind of that gravel pit area, which is already pretty noisy, and then into the county property. So you do have some residential that it's on the periphery of this area, you know, that would be impact, but it's not within the main residential core of Spanish Valley. But, you know, you heard some comments, and I can't really attest to it, but the noise reverberation off of the cliff walls throughout that area, I can't speak to that. Maybe some of you guys are more experienced with it, but it's what was mentioned by the public as well. As I look through this, there are public comments, you know, this is an effort and an opportunity that we see on a staff level for the county to work with Rally on the Rocks in mitigation measures, you know, understanding that there's some concerns that the public has. We've tried to address some of those mitigation measures in the conditions of the lease itself. We could always add more to that if you're so inclined to. Also, you know, as you look at the revenue potential, you know, we are in stand of need of looking for opportunities in the county that we can reach out with opportunities like this and pull additional revenue, whatever the dollar is, from the sales tax that's generated off of this, but also the use here in the county is something that in the past we've always supported, and, you know, have ordinances that support a trail network that's been laid out in the past that support this as well. We have been in discussions with them to try to move this in closer to Monticello and Blanding. It's something that we would like, you know, for as a staff level, we would like to get this approved today to have them as a partner and then continue to work with them in the future if they come back to the county to hopefully try to get them in, whether it's in additional county property within San Juan County or the fairgrounds. I just think there's some opportunities that I think it would be wise and prudent for us to explore with Rally on the Rocks. You know, because like I said, we're primed. All of our ordinances would support this type of an event in San Juan County. It's just, to me, it reminds me a lot of Footloose. I don't know if you've watched that show in the past. It's, you know, not in my county. You can't have this dance, but within a couple blocks away, you know, it's there. But recognizing that you do have a lot of comments, public comments that are in support, and a lot of public comments that are in opposition of this, we kind of turn it over to you commissioners to weigh in.
Okay, thank you. We will go ahead and consider, I guess, with a motion and a opportunity to amend, or the option to amend. So with that, I leave it up to commissioners.
I'll make a motion to approve for discussion purposes.
Okay.
And I will second for discussion only.
If you look at our agreement with them, we are requiring them to have a liability insurance policy, which will cover damages to the premises, damages to any of our infrastructure that might occur. We require them to conduct their event in accordance to state law when it comes to noise and operation of vehicles. I think many of the people that I've spoken to around Monticello and Blanding would love to have the event located here, but this event is going to come up really quickly, and this is just a 1-year lease agreement. If San Juan County didn't like what's happening down there, or we get a big pushback from the residents down there after the event, you know, we don't have to renew the lease agreement for another year. And in the meantime, I think that would give us some time to work with the organizers, maybe to move the event closer to Monticello or Blanding. We certainly have property at the fairgrounds that you know, that the county owns, nearly 30 acres, that have multiple accesses to it that could happen there. I'm not sure that all of the information that we've been given today about damage to our infrastructure from other events was accurate or not. While some of the public comment was going on, the county road supervisor was sitting here, and I asked him about some of the reports of damage to our infrastructure. He was not aware of that damage that was being reported to have occurred. So I know the organizers are anxious to share the wealth with San Juan County. There's no question that the Sheriff's Department would help supervise this event, just like they do the Jeep events that happen in the spring, that are stationed in Grand County that spill over into San Juan County, and we have to deal with a lot of those impacts. I just, I think for a trial purpose, we ought to give this event a chance to happen, and work with the organizers to make it, to improve the event moving towards the future. So those are the points that I wanted to bring out.
Thank you. Mr. Maryboy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And those of you that are listening, first, I'd like to let you know I have nothing against ATV and also any type of machine for racing. I'm a mud racer. Like I said, I got a blown 540 mud racing machine, alcohol burning, and I have a Banshee, 2 Banshees, and TRX, all burning nitrous oxide. I use them for racing. So I got nothing against this. Now, our position here is to enhance the economic, which is good. Yes, I can see that. But I'm not seeing anybody getting a room in Monticello to bring business. And on top of that, yes, the road may not be damaged, but it's a gravel road. There is no way the promoter is going to control everybody. He did even mention that. There's going to be kids running around, driving around with ATVs. And there is no ATV that's going to be quiet out there. I don't believe that, because once you get an ATV, the first thing you need to do is get rid of your exhaust system to get more power. And that we will have that parading all over the place. Who's going to monitor that? Nobody. Yes, our search and rescue and the police department might get $2,000, yes. but what we're going to pay for all the use of the equipment is much greater than that. And then on top of that, I don't see what kind of a revenue that's going to bring this in to San Juan County, which is Blanding and Monticello. And all the comments that I've heard here, I don't know how many of those are out of the San Juan County, but I do know some of our county community members, and they are pleading. Out here on the reservation, we have all companies parading all over the place. You can't even eat outside. You can't even cook outside. It's hard. And these people live there. And the promoters and people that bring in their ATV, they bring them in temporarily for 2 or 3 days. But the people that live here continue to live with all that. And mind you, we have a pandemic out there. It's like me asking people to go out to the shooting range and stand there and hold the target and see if I can hit it. We just barely been given an information on news that Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's is bringing the rising numbers. What is wrong with us? If there was no pandemic, I would be there promoting it myself too. But no, I wouldn't go out there. I wouldn't encourage anybody to go out there because of what's going on. People are dying. That means that these people are not coming back. Do we allow that to happen? I don't think so. Well, with the groups and the plea that I've heard, I appreciate the promoting all the events that you all have. But mind you that you may not care, but you care. I don't want nobody hurt, and I don't want nobody sick. That would be my position, the opposite position from my counterpart, Mr. Commissioner Adams. I will vote no on this particular item. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now I'd like to.
Kelly, I need to make one other comment.
Okay, go ahead.
We have nearly 100 overnight rentals in San Juan County in the Spanish Valley area. So for those who indicated that there's no economic benefit to San Juan County, I just want to let you know that there is some economic benefit that comes in overnight rentals in that area as well. And that would directly benefit San Juan County. Thanks.
I have here what County Commission Chair and petition 3,341 that were signed and given to me. Based on that, it is, the intent is good. The revenue that's coming forth, I believe, is $2,000 up front, $18,000 to fire and rescue. That's restrictive. I think that should be unrestricted, so we can fund, if it's approved, how we can distribute those dollars. The other thing is we are talking in terms of cooperating with the County Commission of San Juan County and also Grand County. Now, what's the position of the City Council of Moet? People, as I understand, are frustrated with the noise and disturbance that are created in the past. But they don't say it's constant disturbance, constant and continuous every night of the event or every day of the event. That's not too clear to me. And we're looking at the city of Moet. County says their piece. City of Moet, what's their position? As I stated before, I think we should renegotiate with them to have them at Monticello or Blanding. Where some amenities, hotels, eateries are available. Contribute to the local, what we're talking about. If we place it in the Moet, next to Moet, then they get the benefit. That's my position also. That's like you to consider those. And we tried to work with the, in concert, work with the Grand County Commission. If we go ahead and split on this to have it in Spanish Valley, I think our agreement or mutual understanding would break. And the trust would be gone. So that would be my comment. We didn't hear anything from the economic development regarding this. I don't know if there's any suggestion to move the activity to suggestion to move would be an offer. Suggestion to move. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table.
Motion by Kenneth.
No, there was a motion from Commissioner Adams.
Oh, Mr. Adams
and then
there's no second. Sorry about the my oversight there. I didn't second the second. But Mr. Barry Boy second for discussion
Correct.
only.
Correct.
So with that, do we table it and offer an alternative location? Up to you, motion party and second.
I think the difficulty would be, and you could certainly do that. I know that Rally on the Rocks they're ready to go. They've got to start promoting and marketing the location of where they're going to be. And so if it's not here, we can certainly reach back out to them to try to work on a different location. I know that we've done that before, but whether it's, to me, I would make it a yes or a no vote on here. And then if there's another property that we can encourage them to come to, then I'll bring back a new lease on that property. This one is kind of specific with noise and kind of the COVID restrictions. And it's more for that property in that area there within Spanish Valley. So if there's a different property that we can convince them to come in a little bit closer to Monticello in the county, would like to make sure we have the conditions that are specific to that location.
Matt?
Okay. Do we call for the
Matt?
vote now?
Yeah, Commissioner Maryboy, can you, yeah, I can hear you.
Mr. Chairman and Matt, members of the
Mr.
commission,
Maryboy, go ahead.
The item that was motioned, either we let it die, because I second the motion with the discussion only, and then the chairman made some recommendations along with his comment. If that's so, to look into other avenues and see how we can negotiate. If that's what he's seeking, well, then I'd like to acknowledge his comment and put it into a motion form. So that way we can maybe get together with the group and the people there and outline it, and also like that document that says that they're willing to come out and work with Monticello. I put on a big mud race. It was a successful. Every business people appreciated it. But our local paper is the only one that wrote unsuccessful. Little, I think was a little interest activity or something like that. That was really discouraging. So what our chairman is asking is to negotiate and look at other avenues and see how we can do it. I like to see them sign the documents if they're willing to do something here in Monticello. Then I could take a position. But with this, just rushing it through, just to have somebody to have a grand time without nothing over here. It's like being on a reservation, looking to blinding in Monticello, having all kinds of rain, and all we have is the sand dust. The same scenario. So I'd like to put that in the motion, what Mr. Chairman has alluded to.
Okay, could you rephrase the full motion, just so we understand, have it on record?
Mr. Adams' motion is to approve temporary use and lease of county property located in Spanish Valley for Riley on the Rocks LLC for event space. That's his motion. Mr. Kenneth Maryboy second the motion only for discussion. So at this time, is there any amendments to the motion?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Maryboy,
the amendments are what I'm asking to be inserted that you acknowledge in your comment.
that is specifically what?
You just acknowledge that in your comment, you did not support it, nor you did not in favor of the event, but you looked at other avenues of how we can negotiate and how we can best fit the people in Monticello and Blandon to get some revenue from the event. You alluded to that, so I acknowledge that. To remodify my position as a seconding motion to motion that.
That has to be acceptance to Mr. Adams. Will he accept that? That would be the position that we're in now. If not, then we will consider this resolve as no action.
Well, let me re-clarify this. However you acknowledge it, Mr.
Commissioner Maryboy, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Were you going to re-clarify your motion on there?
Well, I was going to tell the chairman that since it was only a discussion item only, right after his comment, I made an amended motion, which is a motion to acknowledge his comments, to take that position. But maybe it's just best that we just put it to a vote.
Yeah. It's the situation, Mr. Adam is holding the main motion.
Yep.
That's the reason you have to request of Mr. Adams for that amendment or acceptance of your amendment. That was the reason why I'm holding on to it. If there's no response, then we just have to go through the voting process. Thank you. Mr. Adams, how do you stand on the Mr. Maryboy's amendment and request?
I'm not sure I understand where we are at this point. I just want to make a motion to approve the event. If you two don't want to approve the event, I think we ought to either let the motion die or vote on it or move on to our other business.
Okay. Call for the vote. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed, say nay.
Aye.
Aye also. 1 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion does not pass.
Okay.
With that, a directive would be made to Mr. McDonald to contact the entities and offer alternative location.
Are you all okay with that? I'm okay with that.
I'm open for all over the country, other than Spanish Valley.
Other than, okay. Mexican water. Here we go.
The cloud is opening up again.
Yeah. Okay.
With that, going on to the 17th.
So yeah, item 17, the last item of your agenda. Let's see, we've got consideration and adoption of an ordinance amending ordinance 2018-01, the ratification of the creation of San Juan County Health Department and San Juan County Board of Health. As we went through this last budget session, we found that there were some inconsistencies with the policy and the ordinance that we had adopted in the past. As I went through the law and the language in Utah Code Section 26A, and in accordance with our policy, I went through and looked at any discrepancies or things that have been omitted of that and included those back into the policy so that we're a little bit more in compliance. Well, we are in compliance with that state statute, Utah Code 26A, throughout the whole entire code. I provided a red line document kind of showing you in that ordinance where I've made the changes. And this was an effort that I pushed this through, had the county attorney review, as well as our current public health director. He'd also went through and reviewed this a lot for compliance to make sure we're not doing anything, making any changes within this ordinance that would be crippling to the county health department. And so in here, there was some question, of the process that needed clarity. And one of them was on the budget approval process. In the law, it specifically states that the Board of Commission shall create and maintain a local health department. And so create and maintain, that's pretty broad. And so in there, I've added that back into the ordinance so that you need to understand and that you're creating and maintaining the local health department. And you're doing so as a department of the county government. So it is an actual department of county government, not just a public health department that's a standalone. And I think that's kind of where some of the misconceptions of the previous ordinance had existed. This does show a process for the annual budget. The county commission is the one that establishes the operation of the health department, funded through the appropriations from general fund and from a levy of tax. Here we do have a tax levy that we require from citizens of San Juan County to pay for public health as well. In the past, we've been subsidizing this department with general fund in addition to the tax levy. And so because of that, you have oversight as a county commission for that. Primarily for the funding, the budget of it, you approve the contracts of them as well. You're the only entity within the county that can do so as the executive and legislative powers that are bestowed upon you by the state of Utah. And so it's more reflective with that. You do need to recognize that their board, the public health board, does have the rights to create their public health mandates for the county that commissioners, you do not get to approve of by law. They can work autonomously. They do not have to come back and approve things through the county. It's primarily that operation and maintenance that you have oversight with. As I went through in here, and the law is set to where you can establish a public health, a local public health for the county itself, or you can also establish a public health for multiple counties. So as you read through the law, there's opportunities to get confused on what is allowed. One of the things that in the law that it points out that the public health shall adopt an ordinance with the merit system and personnel policies, compensation plans approved by the board. So the board does have that flexibility to do that. However, that has to be ratified by the Board of San Juan County Commission. So if they give merit increases or anything like that, the board has that ability to do that, but they do have to come back to the county commission for ratification, which ultimately ends up in your approval. And so it's not like they can just go out on their own, give raises and have it not come back to the Board of County Commissions. And so that is, in fact, kind of what was stated in the law. So we mirrored some of that language on that. Ultimately, all roads lead back to the county commission. So I made sure that that was in here, similar with the treasurer. Treasurer oversees their account in a separate designated fund. We have that here as a taxing entity. They have their own county fund, and the funds that are in there and generated by this department stay within that fund. But we do, like I mentioned, supplement a portion of general fund into that. But it needs to be operated and expenses, so the expenditures, revenues accounted separately from the general fund. We have that kind of already set up and working through. We added some of the reporting mechanism in here. So it's not only the public health officer, which is the public health director. There's a requirement that he comes back and reports as well as their board they come back and report to the San Juan County Commission on their efforts as well. One of the things to note, I went through on the appointment, and this is something that's pivotal right now to understand, is as we look for another health officer with Kirk accepting another job outside of the county, we'll be faced with this here shortly, where we're currently recruiting for this. We'll use and need to consult with the Board of Public Health on appointment of the executive director, so the next executive director, including the determination of the executive director's compensation. So we added that to there. On the recruitment, the requirements for the position itself, and this kind of goes through all positions of the county. Instead of listing each and every position and what the requirements were for those positions, I took that language out of the ordinance and just pretty much summed it up with a statement that any of the staff, including the local health officer, shall have the qualifications and trainings or experience for that office equivalent to, and this is what's in state law, to those approved by the department for local health officers. And here's what I added to the law that's in addition to what state law requires, is the fact that we also need to make sure that we are always satisfying state and federal minimum performance standards. In order to receive some of the grant funding that we receive or any contractual funding from the state, they've made sure that it's a requirement that the counties meet the state and federal minimum performance standards. And so I didn't want a subject language that was fixed in the ordinance, but we just did a broad statement that at all times, we need to make sure we're meeting state and federal minimum performance standards, or we will not receive funding. So that's important that we always maintain that in our operations for this department. Other than that, kind of all of the changes in here, just primarily puts everything back into your hands with modifications throughout. You touched on everything. I didn't see Kirk here in the meeting. You have any questions?
Do I hear a motion to accept the amended,
I make a motion to accept the amended plan.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. The second? Mr. Maryboy?
I'm not seeing him here. Hold on.
Did he leave?
Commissioner Maryboy, are you still here?
I am now. I can hear you now.
Okay. So we have a motion
By Mr. Adams to approve the revised, what is it called?
This is the ordinance amending
Yeah,
the ordinance.
for the health.
Oh, is that the one that Kirk brought to us, Bruce?
Yes,
So with this, he can give a raise to his staff, right?
yeah, it has to be ratified by the county commissioner. They can't just give a raise to staff members without the approval of the county commission under this new ordinance.
So what was Kendall's position on that? You there, Kendall?
So Kendall is in court today. I had him go through this, go through the modifications. He was okay. He approved the modifications that are made on this document. Just so you're aware, in general, all of the contracts and ordinances, resolutions that you have always go through the county attorney for approval before they're on the agenda.
Oh man, I guess I'll go ahead and second that then.
Yeah. Okay. Any more discussion? There be none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye also. 3 in favor, opposed, anyone? There be none, passes. With that, like to raise a question, Mr. McDonald. What do we do with the, did we already take action on the tourist tax advisory board member?
Yeah, in the consent items where it's routine business on there, I had that. So you took care of that in your approval of all of the consent items.
So who picks the individual?
So we had received on there, you see the applications that.
Yeah, I see 2, 4, 5.
Yeah, so we went through and you approved. So the committee, we pushed those back to the committee as a recommendation, and the recommendations come out for you. And that's a good question because you're gonna, this next commission meeting, you're gonna see more of these. And so I don't know if you remember back on the Economic Development Board, Natalie took the applicants back through to you and you reviewed them, made the recommendation to you as a commissioners. And so it's the same thing. We run these back through the boards, their respective boards. Are you okay with them? They make a recommendation to you to appoint, and then you approve the appointment of those. So that's the process in general. And then we'll always include the resumes, letters of interest, whatever that we
That's the
receive.
same way with the Economic Board,
Correct.
Development Board appointment.
Yes. Yep. Same exact thing. And so on this one, on the Tourism Tax Advisory Board member, 2 of those are asking to be reappointed. And we have a hard time getting volunteers enough, especially if they're good volunteers for these boards. But we were able to get 2 new applicants that came in, which was Monica and Jennifer on there that you had approved. And all of those, you see those resumes that are included in there as we go throughout. And you'll see those on this next agenda as well, everybody that applies for them.
Okay.
And then if there's ever any question or concerns, then we can always take it off of the consent agenda item and discuss them individually. We just always need to keep in mind in a public forum that what is discussed, you don't want to get into a process where it's defamation of character or things like that. And so where it's routine, that's why you see it as a consent agenda item.
All right. Thank you for the explanation. With that, continuing on the agenda, we have gone down to the commission report. Mr. Maryboy or Mr. Adams, you have the floor.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, I don't have a whole lot, but mainly the roads are the issues out here still. We get to drive around all the way by Yellow Rock Point and down to Pancho House Canyon, Chinley Wash area to keep an eye on the road to tell the NDOT to be out there. And also there are several deaths that took place again. My cousin brother, we lost his daughter to COVID, and I'm not sure when the funeral's going to be, but I understand that he himself was taken to the ER too. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but we're still busy with that. So other than that, I'll be around, and thank you very much.
Good. All right. Mr. Adams, do you have any report?
Oh, I've got a few meetings this week and next week on virtual meetings with CIB and UAC and AOG. I'll just be attending those. Other than that, I'm just staying home, trying to heal up from my shoulder surgery.
Okay. I don't have any other than I just ended my chapter official position as of yesterday. So tomorrow there'll be an inauguration for the new officers, chapter official. I guess it's going to be all virtual. So that's what I understand. So that's about it. But on the other hand, I'll still continue to work with the county, county assignment. Appreciate your confidence. Mr. Adam was the one that threw me in those arenas, so I tried to work with him and appreciate his understanding of what we have at the beginning when we first came in 3.5 years or 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Thank you very much. I'm hoping to see if there's some windows that will be open. I know we understand right at front, we don't have the infrastructure is available to augment our economic development. We don't have the railroad, we don't have the airplane, we don't have the interstate highway running through our county, so we just have to do whatever we can to generate some dollars. I don't know if projects, economic development would look into, probably did in the past, possibility of some type of manufacturing, maybe on a small scale, and become efficient in order to provide the employment for local people and also to create interest. There are some economic opportunities there. There are small business. Maybe we can learn from those and enlist their talents and energy. So with that, those are my comments and recommendations. I believe Spanish Valley has a lot of opportunities, but all the scuffle and whatever might be in the way. If everybody can come together, I think we can build a mountain. That's the way I look at it. But people are just setting foot on each other's feet, and ouch, that becomes a problem. So with that, I look forward to working together, healing each other, rather than adversarial action against each other. That's what I'm looking for in terms of looking forward, going forward. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Gracias.
Need a motion to adjourn and we're done.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion
to adjourn.
Motion by Mr. Adams or Mr. Kenneth, I think you, I don't know, I don't have a stopwatch. Who said what? First. Okay, Mr. Adams, you're it.
Okay.
Kenneth, second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. We are adjourned at this time, 3:08.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day. Appreciate it.
And hopefully pray for COVID-19 to cease.
Absolutely.
I think one guy up there is the medicine man, the healer.
Has to be.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Okay, thank you. Adios.
See you later.